Yeah, dude, Paul, hit it, mate, hit it. Mike, how are you, mate? Greetings. Audio's good? Alright, champions. So, how are we all? Glad to see everyone back again for another weekend of sensationedigans. None your biz, champion. Staticky. Okay. Staticky. Is that stat? Okay. Everyone says sounds good. I don't know what to think about that, dude, Paul. Let's hope it improves for you, mate. I don't know what to do about that, but I'm just using a microphone. I'm no audio technician, so I'm just doing some microphones and shit. The plan was tonight, ladies and gentlemen, was to watch a fresh upload. As you can see here, I've been trying to upload a new episode, a new fucking review, and they're not making it easy at all. I mean, I've tried and edited the shit out of it. It's up on Patreon, but jeez, they don't make it easy. I mean, it's like a little 8-second, 10-second clips that I've slowed down to the shithouse. My plan was to release it earlier, and then we watch it together again afterwards, but that's not happening. So we're just going to watch it together. And if it gets copyright flagged, I don't know why. I don't know. Whatever. We'll sort it out. Yeah, it's just annoying. So there's a movie called Cartels. Has anyone heard the movie Cartels? I don't know if you all have heard of it. Blessed be Paul indeed. Good on you all for thanking Paul. 4 foot bong. I don't know what that means. Yeah, so we're going to watch it anyway. And it is what it is. Now, the title is Chairs and Melons. That's what the thumbnail is because, I mean, there's a lot of chairs involved. And there's some melons. Quite a bit of melons. It's not his greatest work, honestly. I expected a bit more Seagal sloppiness. There's a lot of seated mumbling, but I expected a bit more Seagal sloppiness. Yeah, let's do it. Cliff, how are you, mate? You good? You back now? What you saying no to? Netflix. Anyway, we're gonna give it a crack. We'll try this one here. We'll get to that later. Actually, we're also gonna watch another video later about Seagal. But all good, mayhem. You're all good, mate. By the way, who I don't know how many of you here were last week, right? But Steven Seagal popped by and dropped like 200 pounds worth of. Now, what are the odds that was actually the real Steven Seagal, and why is he using pounds? But it was actually Steven Seagal, and funnily enough, just before this stream, I got another notification about another channel saying Steven Seagal just subscribed to your channel. So I wonder if the big fella's just chiming in to keep us going, because you got to figure any publicity is good publicity. We are making him relevant, and when Seagalism finally takes over the world, not only will he be relevant, but he will be the one true Supreme Chancellor. Hail Seagal. Okay, Cliffy, I got you. Sorry, mate. So anyway, the movie's Cartels. There's actually some people in it that you may recognize in terms of actors. GSP's in it for all the MMA aficionados out there. GSP, George St. Pierre. But yeah, I am not here. Well, it looks like you're here. I love the random comments. Yeah, GSP's in it, and who's the other guy? Luke Goss, but we'll get to that anyway. So, without further ado, actually, I might just wait a couple of minutes for any stragglers to come in because I did say I'd start at the time that it is right now, and I started early. So, well, I also need the orange tint sunglasses as well. I think that's imperative. My goatee is probably not quite sloppy enough. I mean, I'm looking pudgy enough nowadays to be Seagal, but I need the sloppier goatee and definitely the orange tint sunglasses, and hair, of course, and the fucking Sharpie style. I wonder what era Seagal would actually like to be though. Like, I don't know if I'd like to be. I think I'd like to be orange tint sunglasses Seagal, which was not quite Sharpie Seagal. That was more like kind of rodent / Sharpie / pubic hair era. I think that was more. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, mate. Yeah, that was more like that era Seagal with the tinted sunglasses and the. That era Seagal was probably my favourite because you can just let yourself go. I mean, 80s Seagal was pretty cool, but he thought his shit didn't stink in a different kind of way back then because he was just making it into Hollywood. I need some mustard stains. Yeah. Thanks, Contemporary Humours. Not really, I'm just a dickhead who likes talking shit, but it's all in good fun. You're not wrong, Glowing. The running is hilarious. Definitely. Sorry, I had my haircut. I actually shaved my head, but I forgot to shave the little, like, balding pubic bits that sit on top. See, when you go on bald, I've got that shit that goes, like, thick around the back. Like, I mean, thick. Like, this shit grows like 80s porn, bloody minge muff and stuff, you know, like hair. But the top doesn't do nothing. Facial hair grows. My nails grow like women would wish that their nails grew as fast as mine. But this ain't happening. I've never watched... Dude, Paul, how can you say you've never watched one of Big Papa's films, mate? You're missing out. Okay, who here hasn't actually watched one of Seagal's films start to finish? 1 if you have, 2 if you haven't. Who actually hasn't or has watched the Seagal movie all the way through? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I like that, Abel. Asian connection with the do-rag, yeah? The do-rag Seagal. I like that. Thanks, Dano. You're a legend. Champion. Thanks, mate. Okay, it's good. Good to see everyone has watched Seagal movies. Yeah, see, there we go. Dude, Paul, how have you not watched the Seagal movie, mate? Everyone's watched the Seagal movie. Yeah. What kind of heresy? Exactly, Kev. Tell him, Kev. Look, let's not gang up on him. Let's just try and teach him. Let's try and educate him. Dude, Paul, I understand you've probably been hesitant because, you know, you probably heard a lot of negative things from idiots and naysayers out there, but watch a Seagal movie, mate. I suggest starting from the latest movies and then work your way backwards to when he had no hair, like a reverse Benjamin Button, but with his movies. Yeah, mate. I'm a 1983 child, mate. So Dano, I grew up with watching Seagal, and it's funny enough, it's not until the internet came about that everyone really started realizing that frauds existed and they were everywhere. I'm not saying Big Papa is that, obviously, that would be blasphemy, but beyond that. All right, now it's 11:05. We're going to jump into the new video. I'm hoping to release this tomorrow, so even though we'll watch it now, hopefully you can all go back and watch it when it's released, because that way you won't have to listen to me talking shit in between also. But not his best work, but still enjoyable. All right, let's get it cracking.
So when I decided to do the latest Big Papa movie review, I thought it only fitting we worship him in his current magnificent form, with maximum ass-to-chair action and extreme mumbling and heavy breathing. The opening is great with some shitty writing telling us about the Brodsky Krug, an international crime syndicate, and their leader, Joseph El Tiburon Salazar. Scintillating stuff, and a lazy way to tell the story.
Large areas of omission.
The way he says that. Look at the way he says, large series of omission.
Salazar. Scintillating stuff, and a lazy way to tell the story.
Large areas of omission.
I love the little waddle he's got there. Circle. Yeah.
Honestly, I can't be bothered reading the rest of this crap because I'm sure it's pointless. The intro is basically setting up some scenario about drug dealers and police engaged in a never-ending battle, as if the war on drugs isn't the biggest waste of money that's ever existed, and actively aided by the governments. But
oh, okay. Shrink my screen. Where's my screen? Oh, shit. I didn't know it was that big. My fault. Oh, better go back. Damn. Let's start again. Fucking. Yeah. No, I fucked up. That's my fault. Sorry, people. Sorry. Yeah, no, don't worry. It's all good. There's a delay here. That's funny. Yeah, no, my fat head was in the way. Sorry, people. It's sorted now, though, right? Yeah, we're all good. I think just in the corner there, my fat head. All right, sweet. We rocking? That's hilarious. All right, we're good. All right, we're gonna start it again. I'm gonna start it again now, just so you don't, because y'all missed out on the whole fucking. All right.
So when I decided to do the latest Big Papa movie review, I thought it only fitting we worship him in his current magnificent form, with maximum ass-to-chair action and extreme mumbling and heavy breathing. The opening is great, with some shitty writing telling us about the Brodsky Krug, an international crime syndicate, and their leader, Joseph El Tiburon Salazar. Scintillating stuff, and a lazy way to tell the story.
Large areas of omission.
That's what I was trying to tell you before. It's the way he goes, large areas of omission. It's like when he says, I was the only one that wasn't black. It's the way he says words that's hilarious. Press play, motherfucker. What's going on here?
Salazar. Scintillating stuff, and a lazy way to tell the story.
Large areas of omission.
Honestly, I can't be bothered reading the rest of this crap because I'm sure it's pointless. The intro is basically setting up some scenario about drug dealers and police engaged in a never-ending battle, as if the war on drugs isn't the biggest waste of money that's ever existed, and actively aided by the governments. But anyway, back to the movie. Luke Goss went from starring opposite a crazy Wesley Snipes in Blade 2 to 15 years later sitting in a room with Steven Seagal, who's just mumbling and struggling to breathe and stay alive.
See, it's nice to know you're still ethical, that's good.
Now, everyone just take a moment there and tell me what you think he said in the comments. Let's see how accurate you are.
I'm just a cook.
Now,
Alright, now, what do y'all think he said? I'm going to go back and I'll play it again for you. What do y'all think he's saying here? Now, I want your first reaction, because you heard it once. Now, give me your initial answer, then I'll play it again, and we'll go through it again, because there's a bit of a delay. Exactly. So I want your initial reaction, and then I'll do it again. In the meantime. Sorry, darling. It's going to smell a little bit, but it's alright. This is what makes your work awesome, honestly. Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks, Mike. Alright, so does anyone know what he said? No one's answering what he said then. No one knows what he said. Just, yeah, you're right. Alright, I'll go back and play it again. And then this time when I play it, let's see if you can actually pick up, knowing that you know it's going to be some kind of mumbling shit, if you can still discern what he's saying. Cookies and love, you're not wrong, Joseph. Alright, let's go, we're going back.
that are created by the governments. But anyway, back to 15 years later sitting in a room with Steven Seagal, who's just mumbling and struggling to breathe and stay alive.
See, it's nice to know you're still ethical, that's good.
Alright, second time around. Anyone got any ideas? He's saying, yeah, you're not wrong. He said, it's nice to know you're out there, so that's good. Nope. You're close, JJJ, but you're wrong. Anyone else? Alright, none of your biz. Take that dump, mate. Take me with you. Take your phone with you. Anyone understand what he said? Yeah, Mark, you're not far off, mate. That's what I believe he was trying to say, but it didn't actually say that. It's nice to know you... Well done, Colt. You got it right, mate. I actually thought, the first time I heard that, I thought he said, it's nice to know you're still after Koleska. That's what I thought he said the very first time I heard it. It's nice to know you're still after Koleska. And then after watching the movie, I thought, who the fuck is Koleska? There's no Koleska in the movie that they're after. And then, yeah, it's that ethical shit, so... Exactly, Zig. That's probably what he's saying. Wesley Snipes is still out there, that's good. The only channel I watch, he said... Well, Kev, I wish he said that, mate. I'm pretty sure he was here last week. I mean, I don't know how many people would be dropping 200 pounds to some dickhead channel like me. I mean, it could have been the Steven Seagal. If it was the real Steven Seagal, I mean, I would have hoped he put a few more zeros. He's a multi-millionaire. doing steamroller productions, allegedly laundering money, allegedly. But if for a normal human, that's legendary stuff. Now, we're going to keep going now. So, basically, we're off to a good start with him just mumbling shit. Medical escort once.
Now, everyone just take a moment there and tell me what you think he said in the comments. Let's see how accurate you are. Sit Down does exactly that.
Cook.
Now, I don't want to spoil the movie for everyone, but yes, Sensei Sit Down does exactly that for at least 95% of the time he's in this movie. For that whole 15 minutes he's actually in the movie. Let's just pause in this scene and tell me what you see. I mean, other than our handsome master in all of his...
What do we all notice in this scene? The interview scenes a lot of the interview scenes are like this. What do we notice other than, obviously, the big man in all of his glory? Yeah. Cheers, by the way, legends. Well, I was rounding up to 15 minutes glowing, but anyway, we're about to...
masculine glory. What else do we see in the frame? A couple of chest puppies that Seagal would have insisted having in the scenes whenever possible. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, well, allow me.
The bad guy, Salazar, asked to be in this movie because he seems to have an obsession with Seagal's nutsack.
You've got balls. Well, thank you for noticing that. My girl here, she knows that for a fact.
Sensei...
By the way, I've watched quite a few balloon smugglers. I've watched quite a few Seagal movies. I'll pause it there for you boys. You're welcome. And one thing I'll notice is that he uses the same actors quite often, including that guy who's, admires Seagal's testicular fortitude. But yeah, he uses the same guys all the time. A lot, actually. So the problem is Luke Goss, who again was in Blade 2. Blade 2 was an awesome movie. Now, granted, he had makeup and shit on. You couldn't really tell it was him. He did alright in that movie. That should have propelled him to other stuff. And then 15 years later, he's sitting in a room with Sensei Beanbag, someone with some inflatable balloons there, who doesn't even look. Look at her. She looks miserable. Look at where I've paused it. How miserable does she look? I don't know if she's supposed to look that miserable, or it's just the aura.
He gives the ultimatum to all the women on set under the age of 20. They've all been told what's about to happen.
Everybody knows the drill.
All right, guys.
Which then causes this poor young lady to look around for an escape route. But I'm sorry, love. You can't escape the sausage fingers. Big Papa already eyeing off the woman in the background and needs her breathing if he's going to make her suffer the best way he knows how.
Make sure we do not kill this bitch, you hear?
This is what I need to teach you so that you can do the same to me. You understand?
Now somehow Sensei Seagal roped in George St. Pierre, an actual fighter, to take part in this masterpiece. Now I imagine GSP saw Seagal training Anderson Silva and Lyoto Machida and instantly wanted to learn some moves from Big Papa Pubic Lice.
So that's my theory. My theory is that, he was watching Lyoto Machida and Anderson Silva winning all these titles. This is 2017, by the way. I think GSP may have retired already. But nonetheless, let's not let the truth get in the way of a good story. Basically, he was envious of all of these people. And, he wanted to get close to Seagal and learn some of his, obviously his expertise in the field of mixed martial. I mean, 2 champions he's produced. A third one now, three. Alex Pereira, so there's 3 champions.
Machida and instantly wanted to learn some moves from Big Papa Pubic Lice.
Yeah, I just,
Now, there's not a lot left in the budget once Sensei Sweet and Sour takes his salary and we take into account the lunch expenses. So the action scenes are looking a little slim, but Seagal saves it with his realistic combat skills. Sensei Sperm Bank earning every dollar this movie, with no need for a stunt double as he strides across the grass with the grace of a gazelle. Say that shit 10 times fast.
Quickly!
Quickly!
Big Papa then represents his native Russia and mate
Vladimir Putin.
with some Russian abuse aimed at poor GSP, who only speaks French and a little bit of English.
Давай, сука, билет. Дарас. Пидорас! Сука, билет! Я дурак! Пидора.
Now, obviously...
By the way, every time he speaks Russian, he kind of says the same three things. Pidarak, turas, and some other shit. Which I'm guessing means like bitch, soft cock, loser, some kind of derogatory term. And there is one other scene actually where he talks to a lady who he used to be his wife. He basically says in front of her husband, who's American, in Russian, "You look good, I want to go to bed with you now." And her reply is, "Yes, I want to go to bed with you too," because she's human, obviously. Seagal uses strikes because Seagal is not an Aikido practitioner. He just happens to be a gun at the... By the way, he just happens to be a gun at Aikido, sorry. And then he's also a gun at everything else. What do you notice in this clip right now? Do you all think that is actually Seagal from behind? Who thinks that's Seagal? Who thinks that's not Seagal? 1 for yes for Seagal, 2 for no. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, people? What are we thinking? Mark, Richie's gone, mate. Richie's gone. You're going to have to talk to Bobby Lupo. You can't talk to him either, actually. Look, Richie and Bobby are inseparable. Now, why do we not think that's Seagal? What is it about that guy right there, that image, that makes you think it's not Seagal? Shrek. I like that answer, Kristen. Shrek. Back is too straight, yep. That's a fair point. You can't see his face clearly, you can safely bet it ain't him. Fair point, Colt. Paul in a wig, I like that dude, Paul. That's great. I'm getting nice and stoned right now. I'm drunk, sorry. Herbally influenced, I should say, so YouTube doesn't demonetize me. I'm nicely herbally influenced. Alright, anyway, we'll get back into it.
Obviously, sitting in a chair for extended periods can be dangerous. So Big Papa Pudgy Butt had to call in the reinforcements in the form of stuntmen. I mean, he can't be expected to do all of the sitting scenes himself, you haters.
Yo, fuck nuts!
Obviously, we're really only here for Sensei's Sunday roast, and nobody even cares about the movie at all. Now, what I find great is the constant deep breaths and sighs that Sensei Pufnstuf constantly makes in every single scene.
Now, I don't know if you guys can quite hear because you're coming off my microphone, but when you watch the video yourself tomorrow, you will. In this movie, again, notice the scene, what's in the scene. Is there really a need for her to be there with her testicles there? Anyway, he struggles a lot in this. He's breathing like he just ran a marathon. Like Day from next Friday, when he's making fun of that thingo. How you have done your research. Yeah, mate. I have the largest Steven Seagal media library that exists currently, I guarantee you, by any private person. Which, again, is strangely a flex, and also a shameful flex, if you want to call it that. But I literally have probably over 300-400 gigabyte of audio bites, interviews, background footage, mate, whatever, fighting clips, anything you can think of. If he ever does become president, and or the internet gets wiped, they will come to me for information about all the things that Seagals have said in his words of wisdom. When he becomes president, what am I thinking? Stupid. Obviously, he's going to become supreme ruler of the world, but when he starts off as president, I will have all the media that people want for his library, his presidential library, and all of his glorious words of wisdom. Got out of breath taking a poop. Seagal doesn't poop. He's like, what's that, North Korea? Kim Jong. Apparently the North Korean doesn't poop. That's what he tells people, and they believe that shit. Seagal's the same. He doesn't poop. Believe it. Believe it, or you're not really a Seagalian.
Stay out of jail. Do you think I'm here to put you in jail? No, sir.
He ain't the police.
Wrong. I make a living in the movies, but for the past 20 years,
11825 code 6.
I've also been a cop.
Sorry, I'm wrong. I am wrong. He is the law. What the hell was I thinking?
I don't care about the law.
Now, I won't bore you with all the rubbish in between, but Baldy is put in with a bunch of people that nobody cares about to go and pick up the body of the dead drug dealer from earlier, the one that likes Seagal's balls.
You've got balls.
Apparently he isn't dead, and now he's going to be an informant or some bullshit for the FBI. Nobody cares. Now, this is definitely not a stunt double used again for the sitting scenes, and then just dubbing in Master Mumble's ramblings over the top later.
Did anybody on the team question the orders?
No, sir.
Well,
I mean, let's go back. Let's not. I mean, that looks like Seagal's hair, doesn't it? Tell me that's not Seagal's hair. do you have all the? I do have all of them, JJJ. Funnily enough, I uploaded a bloody Lawman episode 2, and I got it past the copyright wardens, or I thought I did, and then I got flagged. So I don't want to interrupt the show. Anyway, I will show you later. I got flagged again for copyright, and I appealed it based on the fact that it's total horse shit, and I've edited the hell out of most of my clips like I always do. So, yeah, again, we'll see what happens. They're making it very hard with this, but I've got all the Lawmans. I actually enjoy watching them. And they only go for 20 minutes, so they're not that, like, the editing process is not as long, because when you do a movie, it can be quite long, especially with my style of editing, which is, you know, not flashy, but it is time-consuming sometimes. You know, people just think it's a bunch of stuff together, but you got to edit this stuff and try and make... Anyway, no one cares, but yeah, it takes some time on the longer videos. The Lawman video doesn't take as long, so I can kind of pump them out a bit quicker. Oop, what's going on here?
Did anybody on the team question the orders?
No, sir.
more shots of the previously mentioned captive hot blondie who's well endowed in the chesticle region. I'm sure she also paid the ultimate price to become an actress. Quite possibly, she was involved in some raunchy menage a trois activity with the other chestically gifted young lass. Big Daddy lives a life, and you can't hate on him for that.
It's good to be the king, isn't it?
There's a massive mind.
Now, realistically, the blondie in the interrogation room, the blonde police officer, the lady just there in the lightning bolt video. I mean, realistically, allegedly, what do you reckon the odds are that those poor ladies probably had some sort of private audition, personal engagement and meeting, script reading with Big Papa? 1 for yes or 2 for no? Do you think they had some kind of private, they had to earn their spot in the movie? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm gonna put on some quiz show. Do 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 do. Okay, that's enough of that shit. I like that Mazar. There's a lot of ones going on. So y'all realistically reckon, like, realistically, all bullshit aside, you reckon that they had to do some kind of some Harvey Weinstein-y kind of shit to get that role? Because they're not the most talented actresses, if I'm being honest. After watching the movie, they're not the worst actresses I've seen, but they're not exactly, you know. You got to start somewhere, I guess. And most of these poor ladies are from Eastern European. Like, this was filmed in Romania, I believe. So, you know. Yeah, just saying. That's, yeah. Anyway, it is part of the success. Man, Hollywood is just disgusting. I don't want to get into it, so I don't want to get demonetized for that crap. But Hollywood is just absurd. Absurd.
Blowing twist as Seagal was name dropped for snatching the birthday and virginity of a 21-year-old girl.
But I did hear a name.
Did? What was the name?
Yours, sir.
Sensei is disgusted and wouldn't bother with anything over the age of 20. Idiots. Briefly, the US Marshal people have to hold the Seagal sack lover for 24 hours before pickup and transport, so they keep him on the top floor of some currently active hotel, because that's a safe house apparently. Yeah. It's a Seagal movie, so you know it must be genuine. Baldy asked the lead tough female if she's ever had the pleasure of smelling Seagal's used underwear.
We've all got secrets. You know the truth.
Now, they stay on her face for way too long, making me think she's going to turn out to be bad. I mean, this is my first time watching this shit. Masterpiece. So we're experiencing this joy together, but she's got dirty all over her face. and not in the way you're thinking, boys. Now we're about 45.
Someone just, I don't know who wrote that. Dude got kids. Tough snizzo. Dude got kids. Can you imagine this was your dad? Not really. I mean, my old man's a twat, but I mean, imagine your old man. Okay, I don't know if he actually talks to all of his kids. I know his Japanese ones he doesn't have any conversation with. He's got a daughter that's a wrestler. She's trying to get into the wrestling business. I don't think he talks to her. I don't know how much interaction he has with his adult children. His youngest one with his Mongolian, I believe she's Mongolian. His Mongolian or Russian Mongol wife. Young kid. I think he's in that life, but yeah. I just saw the singer from Midnight Oil. Well, here's the thing. Someone was saying about Tom Cruise. I mean, if Tom Cruise entered the conversation because he wants to fight about Seagalism being better than Scientology, and he wanted to donate a church, I mean, we could get the Church of Seagalism going. Steven Seagal, if you're out there watching again, let's get a church going, mate. That's the way to go. The way to go is a church. Uncross your arms and give to the Church of Seagalism. I don't know, where would we put the church? It would have to be in America. I mean, no, Russia. I mean, or Dubai. Somewhere where he could just do whatever he wanted to and get away with allegedly harassing people of the opposite sex and getting away with it. He's not a singer. He's the voice of an angel, MK Hemin. He's a voice of an angel. Greetings. Alright, let's get it going.
5 minutes in, and Big Daddy has had one mild action scene and a few scenes of him sitting and talking to Jared Nomak.
You know, I get the feeling that you're talking around me.
I don't want to be the one to say it, but that would be almost impossible given your sheer presence and center of mass, O rotund master of mine.
And, you know, using some fucking Zen riddles or some shit.
It's kind of amazing how he chooses to mock and belittle Zen riddles when he's the one always harping on about Zen and Chi and that kind of shit.
There's an old Zen story of two monks that were walking across the bridge. And the junior monk said to his teacher, he said, "What is the Buddha nature?" And the other monk picked him up and threw him in the water. You know?
I went over with him kind of a Zen method of breathing, and the Zen masters in Zen archery too, they don't pull the arrow.
And, you know, using some Zen riddles or something.
Excuse me. I love how he says Zen riddles and some shit when literally all he talks about is being Zen, 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 Zen. Nice to see you too, Obi-Wan Kenobi Jr. Yeah, he talks about Zen, Zen, Zen in every episode. He literally made, I don't know if you guys have seen it, the comedian Jack Whitehall go up and say to him, "You're a Zen master," and then he throws him into the water, which was pretty much that story that he was telling. So he's the Zen master in that story because he's throwing someone into the water. He reenacted that. But he kind of, I reckon, I don't know if Seagal wrote this script, I don't think he did, but he obviously has say over what's in it. And I reckon they deliberately put in about the Zen bullshit to have a go at him, but he probably didn't see that they were making fun of him and thought it was literal, rather than mocking him. So, I don't know, I don't think he understood it, but what is the Buddha nature? Could be sliding back and down, baby.
I do love when he gets all potty mouth and drops the F-bomb, especially when it's in a sentence about how awesome he is. Like,
When they call me in, it ain't a fucking joke.
Plus,
When they call me in, it's your fucking neck.
see, he has this obsession with this life or death scenario in his head. I think that he actually believes that life, or perhaps his life, is just a constant battle for survival against everybody trying to kill him.
When they call me in, you're gonna live or you're gonna fucking die.
They'll come to your dojo or your house and say, "It's on right now. One of us is going to live and one of us is going to die. Or one of us is going to be unconscious and maybe he'll live and maybe he won't. I don't care."
Yeah, so I've noticed, again, I mean, I don't want to say I'm the foremost authority on Steven Seagal, but I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who's consumed anywhere near as much media with this gentleman in it than me. Once again, that's a flex, but also a statement that should make me reassess my life in general and what I'm doing. But anyway, I've heard the most anything about Seagal, and he talks a lot about life or death in a lot of his bullshit, survival, as if he's been in so many encounters where he's had to survive and kill people to get out of it that, you know, it's a way of life for him. Yeah, it's not really a flex. It's more of a, what am I doing with myself? Like I said. Yeah, I've definitely seen more Seagal movies than Seagal himself. How are you, Eric? Good to see you here, my brother. Not jacked, mate. I'm fat, solid. There's a difference. Jacked means like 8% body fat and shit. No jacked. Just like to eat and like to lift weights. There's a difference. Anyway, so he's got this whole life or death thing going on where his life just must have been really dangerous in Lansing, Michigan, and wherever the hell he was in Japan, eating sushi and shit.
And it really is tough being a deadly ninja master like Big Papa Seagal.
That's how it was.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised.
Yeah.
Not in America.
And it's at this point that we get to analyse and bask in some of Big Daddy's finest dialogue moments, including and beginning with the line that we all know and love,
And
it spawned an awesome t-shirt and became the inspiration for a religion that will one day change the world, one cookie at a time. Seagalism. We're cooler than Scientology, and our leader is much more handsome.
Hi, Steven, you're a very attractive man and a little bit of a heartthrob as well. Have you always found it so easy to attract the ladies?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know.
this is the
I always crack up because, I mean, obviously, you know, she's reasonably attractive, objectively. You're not going to say she's unattractive, right? She's, you know, she's not the hottest, but whatever. And, I mean, what kind of questions is this? By the way,
Cookie at a time.
we are...
Seagalism.
By the way, we are cooler than Scientology. Let's be real. I mean, who have they got? Tom Cruise. Yeah, all right. He can run and he does his own stunts. All right, that's somewhat impressive. He does his own stunts. But has he been able to reverse his hair growth over time? All right. Has he still been able to pull women that he should not even look at him? And has he had the longevity in his career like Seagal has at the same level, like maintaining the same consistency? Tom Cruise has been up and down, yeah? He's had great movies, he's had shit movies like The Mummy. Seagal has always had the same level of shit movies for the most part. So it's all about consistency is the key. Ask anybody. Success is about consistency. So fuck you, Tom Cruise.
We're cooler than Scientology, and our leader is much more handsome.
Hi, Steven, you're a very attractive man and a little bit of a heartthrob as well. Have you always found it so easy to attract the ladies?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know.
this is the fucking come to Jesus moment.
And let's just analyse that for a moment. I think his statement has two meanings. One, this is your time to absolve yourself of your sins, be free, perhaps have an awakening. Two, Big Daddy Jesus is the Messiah himself, and you now have come to him, he, they.
And I was not born on a fucking turnip truck, man.
I believe that what he is telling us is that he does not like turnips and would not choose this truck as his place of birth. That, or he's trying to tell us that he didn't just fall off the back of a truck, meaning that he isn't stupid, he is wise.
Are you serious?
But one thing you can't deny is that goddamn goatee on his face. I mean, look at it. It is the best. Let's take a moment to appreciate him in his fine form. I'm not going to lie,
I was actually hoping that if I zoomed in close enough to his goatee, I'd find some crumbs and shit in there. Like some sort of speckles of like fish or meat or, I don't know, tofu, depending on whatever the hell he eats, or maybe some, I don't want to say it, but maybe some, maybe some, yeah, anyway. But nothing. I found nothing. But I did have a good time just studying his face and his structure and his eyebrows, his ears. He's got some weird ear thing going on there. But anyway, let's not body shame him.
also like that big nostril garage he calls a nose. And those glasses, almost too small for his gigantic head, but not for his beady little eyes.
And I was not born at night. I was born in a bright fucking sunny day, man, and I've been doing this for a long time.
Worked for the last 35 years or so to perfect it.
So I believe what he's trying to tell us is that he's not born yesterday. But I think that's what he's trying to say. He wasn't born yesterday, or he's not a moron. He wasn't born in the dark, I guess, is what he's trying to say. I'm not quite sure, because, you know, the script was written by total dipshits who probably shouldn't be writing a children's book, let alone an actual movie. But if I were to try and if I were to hazard a guess as to what the intention was of the writers there, it was to say that he isn't stupid and he's hip to what's going on, so don't try and put one over him, because he's Big Daddy Papa Seagal, you fools.
April 10, 1952, on a bright sunny day.
Do not think I'm fucking new. Do not think you can play me.
No, Big Papa, I don't want to play you, I want to play with you. Then he makes some more threats and swears a bit more, so we know that he's hardcore and absolutely means business.
Let's get to the fucking nitty-gritty here. What the fuck happened?
Now, for a second I thought this movie had permission to film on the World Trade Center, but then I remembered this is in Romania, where they let wankers like this live and run amok, so it's not so impressive.
Steven Seagal needs to play the next Batman. Christian Bale did quite a good job, but I think even at his ripe old age, his age and wisdom, I think Steven Seagal would make an excellent Batman.
I remember seeing a Steven Seagal movie where he was under attack and he was in the house. And
You are not Steven Seagal.
Alright, now, as much as I think both of those guys are douche nozzles, and I don't want to get into that, they are right about two things. One, I mean, obviously Big Daddy would make an awesome Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal. He'd obviously make an awesome Steven Seagal, but he'd obviously make an awesome Batman. I can't believe Warner Brothers or whoever these idiots are, DC, didn't think about that. Could you imagine him strolling around in a bat suit? I mean, he'd love the Batmobile. Could he even get in and out? I don't know how that would work. Floating through the air, that would be brilliant. So that was a missed opportunity there, obviously. Big mistake on their part, but, you know, maybe they'll learn next time.
movie where he was under attack.
The second thing I also say is, you'll never be Steven Seagal, Tate. As much as you want to be, you'll never be Steven Seagal. No one will.
And he was in the house.
You are not Steven Seagal.
The bad guys overrun everyone, and there's a bunch of bad shooting scenes that just fill in time between Sensei's scenes, so we're not going to bother wasting our time. It's probably about this point in the movie that I looked to see how far I had left to watch. Now this for me is one of the best scenes in the movie, but not for the reasons that they were hoping.
Alright. I'm going to stop it now before we get into this. Now, this, when I actually saw this, I couldn't believe what I stumbled across. Because I thought, this can't be real. He can't legit be this much of a dick that he fucked up this badly. I'm not going to tell you what it is until you see it, but just tell me if you notice anyway.
Hoping.
That's kind of how I look at it. You agree?
Alright, what did anybody notice? I'm gonna wait until I get some answers. What did you all notice then? It was just a little clip, but there was a little fuck up. What was it? I want to do some Jeopardy music while we wait. Some chicken that my missus sells. Some meaty chicken. I don't know if no one's typing anything, or if the chat's just slow, but did anyone notice what's going on? What's happening now? Something's going on with my chat. Nelson's, Taz, and Game Archive. Thank you very much, champion. Correct, Melchar. He looked right at us. That was the thing. He literally looked right at the camera. He looked right at the fucking camera.
Seagal literally forgets for a moment that he's in a movie and stares directly at the camera for a moment, which is something you're never supposed to do. I mean, unless it's that fourth wall breaking nonsense they do. But sometimes you just forget you're an actor, especially if you're just sitting around chilling all day, not acting. And this is the reason why I love this man. Why bother reshooting the scene? Just keep it in.
I try not to act. You know, I think the most important thing in acting is to not act.
Big Daddy Drillbit just found out Nomax.
Oh, I'll go back. Don't worry, I put it in slow motion. But if you want to see it live, happening.
Now this for me is one of the best scenes in the movie, but not for the reasons that they were hoping.
That's kind of how I look at it. You agree?
Seagal literally forgets for a moment that he's in a movie and stares directly at the camera for a moment, which is something you're never supposed to do. I mean, unless it's that fourth wall breaking nonsense they do. But sometimes you just forget you're an actor, especially if you're just sitting around chilling all day, not acting. And this is the reason why I love this man. Why bother reshooting the scene? Just keep it in.
I try not to act. You know, I think the most important thing in acting is to not act.
Big Daddy Drillbit just found out Nomak's been trying to steal all the cookies and birthdays for himself, so he gets up with the speed and agility of a buffalo with hate. He gets up, does a little jiggle to get his balance, and does the chubby bloke thing of pulling down his top. Now notice the sound of the chair spinning violently due to the wild takeoff from Big Daddy's rump, causing earth tremors and hence the previously mentioned vicious chair spin. These two lads are supposed to kiss in a rough and passionate embrace, but Big Papa Pixie Dust breaks it up because he won't accept any love scenes that don't involve him and a young busty woman.
Stand down.
Big Papa Sweet Paprika earns his paycheck before sitting straight down again before the arse-cheek dents in the chair have had a chance to recover.
Basically, he gets up for like 2 minutes, beats the shit out of some dude for about 2 scenes, realistically, of the whole fight. And then, yeah, the chair was screaming, Mark, you're not wrong. And then he sits straight back down again. That's it, earned his paycheck.
And then hits me with another of my favourite lines that I've saved from Seagal movies.
Which is another real fucked up, kind of bizarre combination of monkey shit.
Finally, at the 64-minute mark, Sensei Sliced Ham strolls in and lets everyone know just how important he is.
Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you should have called when your shit went sideways.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
No need.
I love how he strolls in, like he does in every movie, just to basically show that he's the hot cock everyone's been waiting for.
Kind of bizarre combination of monkey shit.
Finally, at the 64-minute mark, Sensei Sliced Ham strolls in and lets everyone know just how important he is.
Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you should have called when your shit went sideways.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
He's always the guy who they have to call in when shit goes sideways. But also, more importantly, he comes in with an attitude basically telling the guy that you're shit for not calling me earlier, basically. Right? But even though he only comes in when it comes sideways, he's kind of having a dig at the guy for not calling him earlier, which wouldn't be sideways yet. So you're a bit of a hypocrite. I'm just saying, it's a bit hypocritical.
No need for credentials or introductions. Just look at those damn sunglasses. You instantly know he runs the show. One of the young hotties dies.
Not only does he have the sunglasses, right, which is obviously a sign that he's a badass. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse cursor. But he comes with a Russian dude with some semi-slick back kind of hair and looks stoned.
Sunglasses. You instantly know he runs the show.
So you know this he's obviously important if he's got a guy with a suit and a tie and a neatly trimmed beard and a ponytail next to him. Obviously he's someone important. Get with it.
One of the young hotties dies early in the movie, so I can only assume that she didn't do everything that was requested of her in the private auditions in Big Papa's bedroom. Whilst another of the actresses reenacts the noise and struggles from her private audition with Big Daddy Grabby Hands.
Take her!
Nomak says he'll challenge Seagal to a duel to the death, and obviously Sensei's samurai sword responds accordingly.
So obviously that is going in my audio file collection for Seagal, so you're going to see that in some future video. Obviously I save certain clips and like audio clips and video clips because they're fucking gems. Like, you know, I love the fuck out of cookies, snatch every birthday, you owe me some good pussy, da 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 da. These are classics that will recur, and obviously some people will say, oh, I reuse the same clips. And I do, obviously, but that's because I make these videos for you guys for the most part, and if strangers watch them and jump on board, that's great. But like most of these are kind of in-jokes, which is why I reuse them. Not because I don't have material. I've got a shitload of fucking Seagal crap I can put in there. But the whole point is to have recurring jokes like about the cookies and like someone messaged saying, "What's with the cookies and the birthdays? Is that some kind of joke?" And I said, "Stick around for a while and you'll understand." Yeah. So things like the circle, thank you, Paul. And plus, like I do these things because it's kind of like a connection. It's like an affinity for us. It's a thing that we have between, the real people that are part of the channel. Not the people that just drift in every now and again. So he's got 1,000,001 quotes that say stupid shit, but it doesn't all encapsulate what Seagalism's about, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'll be back in a second, legends.
Now he's finally getting to the bottom of the cookie thief, becoming suspicious that one of the female actresses may have indeed stolen the cookie from the jar.
Oh man, I'm starting to think that maybe the rat was Amanda Chavez.
Okay, alright, now finally Big Papa is actually here to save the day. After the 2 previous teasing appearances, he storms in and single-handedly clears the room without even having to aim for even a second. All of that is nonsense though, because the real awesomeness happens when Seagal walks up the stairs with his little pistola and is popping people without even having to look, let alone aim. And in his left hand, f***ing assassin.
I'm trying to pass out some of the secrets that have made me a master shooter.
I can only imagine Seagal must have been paid a big salary for this role, because he walks up this flight of stairs all by himself. I mean, he uses the railing for a lot of it, but not the whole way. And it's all his own legs. No stunt doubles. Screw all you doubters out there who say he's lazy and doesn't do any physically active stuff because he's a lazy sloth. Screw you all. Finally, we get to see what Big Daddy Double Dragon is made of when he battles against GSP, an ex-UFC champion. They both fall to the ground, and luckily for GSP, Big Papa Panda didn't fall on top of him.
Alright, I'm pretty sure if Seagal fell on GSP then, that would have been the end of GSP. Definitely looks like Seagal. I mean, I would expect them to use a stunt double for both of them there, so I can't be angry if it's not Big Papa, but...
Big Daddy Donut Goatee doing his little arm-waving pose things, and he beats the hell out of an actual fighter with ease. Fun fact, this isn't actually a movie. GSP's challenged Seagal to a battle to the death.
I love his little hand-wavy fucking shit that he does. And it's not even like it's a very limp-handed pose. Maybe you got to be flowing like the chi or some shit. I don't know. I'm not a kung fu master. Wait. Do the pose afterwards. See how he goes? He gives him a snap, and then he's gonna get the pose like the tough guy, kind of like the Van Damme kind of pose, but he doesn't yell. Let's watch it one more time.
He's challenged Seagal to a battle to the death.
I love how he holds the hand and like that. I don't know. That just gets me fired up. Just gets me fired up watching Big Daddy kick some butt. Bang! One more time. I think I can just watch that all day. Oh, I muted it, my bad. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. I muted it accidentally. Alright, last time, I promise. You see it right there? Watch this scene, right? See, Big Daddy thinks that in a real fight, he thinks that this must be like in real life. He's going to be able to punch someone in the fucking quad while they're kicking him. Because that happens all the time in the UFC, yeah? I see when guys go for kicks to the midsection, the opponent is fast enough to just be able to punch them right in the quad and cork them and ruin that kick. Happens all the time. Anyone who watches real fighting would know that. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Hold up. Stop the record. This is bullshit. Are we supposed to believe that Big Daddy Walrus Butt just got punched and knocked to the ground? And even more unbelievably, he tumble-rolled and stood up by himself.
First of all, Kristen, of course we're family, mate. You don't even have to ask. Seagalism automatically is a family. It's the greatest cult community around, and we're always here for each other. Secondly, who just watched what happened on the screen right there? Can anyone else believe what we just saw? GSP thinks he can just flying kick Seagal to the face. Flying punch. Watch. Look at that. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Melcher, because no, he didn't take a punch. There was a whole bunch of stunt doubles and cutaways. Did his character take a punch? Yes, technically, but not technically because it wasn't him in any of it. Now, he got up by himself. We'll have to give him credit for that. He did get up by himself. Nobody did that. It was all him.
Hold up. Stop the record. This is bullshit. Are we supposed to believe that Big Daddy Walrus Butt just got punched and knocked to the ground? And even more unbelievably, he tumble-rolled and stood up by himself. The knife fight lasts about 5 seconds, and Big Daddy Waving Hands gets the upper hand quickly because, well, he's a master of the swords and knives. Anyway, long story short, bad guy ended up getting away because he was many steps ahead of everyone. It turns out that the DEA agent chick is the sister of the bad Russian guy, and none of the authorities knew that because background checks don't exist apparently. Nicely done.
Okay, USA.
Seagal mumbles some more.
Yeah, so it turns out, right, that, Big Lip Girl, or is she her, is this dude's brother, the guy in the background, the Russian guy who likes Seagal's balls. That's their brother and sister, right? Now, she works for the US Marshals, and no one thought to do a background check, obviously, and maybe come up with a connection that they're related. Now, it may not stop her from getting the job, but, I mean, there may be some inquiries, maybe some, certain investigations to make sure they don't have a connection. But no, it's all good. This is how apparently the agencies work, right? Is that how it works?
The sister of the bad Russian guy, and none of the authorities knew that because background checks don't exist apparently. Nicely done.
Okay, USA.
Seagal mumbles some more nonsense before Nomak signs away his acting future by taking part in this movie.
That's good to know, Major Jensen. But if that's your statement, then I'm satisfied.
Again, I'm pretty confident that might not be Seagal. I mean, it's... Who reckons that's Seagal? Give me a 1 if you think that's Seagal. Give me a 2 if you don't think it's him. I mean, the glasses are there, but I still don't think it's him. I just don't think it's him. I don't think he'd be there for any scene where his face is not necessary. And I'm basing this on a fair bit of research, but I know the back is a bit more hunched and not straight like previously, but I just don't think it's him. What do you think, guys? Oh, so some of you all think it's actually him. Okay, this is a bit... Alright, now we've got a bit of a 1/2. Okay. Yeah, see, again, I don't think it's him. Because I've seen another movie, which was I can't remember the name, with the Romanian chick, where he does a creepy face wipe. Man, I should know what that's called. Fuck. I've done too many reviews to know. Anyway, that was another Romanian movie. And in that, there was a stunt double that looked exactly like this guy that was doing a walking scene. He had the same kind of shape as this guy, so I'm thinking that it might not be Seagal. So again, I'm gonna just pull rank on being the foremost Seagal expert and the conduit to our great one, and I'm gonna say that's not him.
And then Big Papa Wisdom leaves us with possibly the most important message ever. The meaning of life.
See, it's nice to know you're still ethical. That's good.
This is called Rosability Long.
Okay. See, he just mumbles shit. We know what he's saying now, but again, I thought he was saying it's nice to know you're still after Kaleska. And then this one is my favorite one. This is what we call the Rosability Blanc.
That's good. This is called Rosability Lounge.
What was the point of the movie?
What do you think he's saying? Honestly, what do we think he's saying here?
This is called Rosability Lounge.
This is called Rosability. That's what I hear. This is called Rosability.
Still ethical, that's good. This is called Rosability Lounge.
Yeah, this is called Rosability. Rosability, yeah. Gotta swim my dog, mate, but I'll rewatch. I don't know what does swimming your dog mean? Hope you're not killing your dog, bro. Rosability, blah blah, yeah, exactly. Rosabelly of all places. No, he's not saying that. Rosabelly of all places, nah. He's not saying Rosability of all places.
What was the point of the movie?
This is called Rosability Lounge.
Rosability of all places. Yeah, exactly. He's just saying a bunch of shit.
What was the point of the movie? Don't really know. The important thing to note is that the actual movie is...
Can we look again and just tell me what we notice in this scene? Like, it's obviously I've put in slow motion, but this is the actual scene that you will see on the screen. So they're framed it a certain way, right? They're framed it a certain way. They're framed it so obviously our big man is at the front, our main character. But then what else have they put in this frame? And is it by accident? I ask you this. So am I being creepy, or am I mean, obviously I'm a dude, so I see, you know, memories and I'm interested, but I'm not crazy. I mean, it's not accidental that they just happen to be there, right? Rosability, that's racist. Oh, thanks, baby. Got some roasted cashew nuts. Fucking rose in French. Girl, he's ready to run. Some tig old biddies. Joker, how are you, brother? Good to see you made it, mate. Gold chain is accidental. That's my point. It's not accidental. And pretty much every scene that she's in with him, she's just sitting kind of, her certain parts of her are in the frame. That's all I'm saying.
It's pointless and stupid. More importantly, Seagal spends a total of about 9 minutes and 12 seconds on screen for the entire movie. I'll round it up to 15 minutes to be generous, but I was disappointed. I didn't get my Big Daddy fix.
Oh, well, okay.
The scenes that he was in were gold, and I, for one, am glad he wasn't born on a turnip truck at night. Now, what did you think, my friends? Did you think Big Papa would kick the crap out of GSP in a fight to the death, with brainstem severing permitted? Did you dig Seagal's awesome brown leather jacket? Let me know your thoughts, Seagalians. Until next time, make sure to mumble your way through every line you ever speak.
I'm curious, would you have shot Chavez by the van that day if you suspected she was Salazar's sister?
Breathe extremely heavily whenever possible. But above all, stay awesome. Peace, legends.
Alright, so that was the latest video. You know, not the it was fun to review, but he wasn't really doing much other than being a lazy sloth, so that's always great, but it's when he does really stupid shit that's great. You know, like face wipes, and obviously some of his classic lines were in there, but, you know, it wasn't the most ridiculous Seagal movie. But he didn't stand up a lot at all, like ever. Now, next, we're going to watch something from 2004. Okay? Dude, now I actually want some Coke. Everyone wants Coke, Garrett. 2004. This is a History Channel biography. Now, I imagine most of you haven't seen this because this is a bit more obscure shit. It's not really a comedy. This is 2004, before he turned into what we just saw, but also at a time when the internet quite wasn't what it is now. So he was still probably the only person that was telling them all the information they needed to hear, and whatever else they could corroborate through paper trails and whatnot. You know, it wasn't like it is now. So most of this documentary is probably going to be coming from Seagal. I haven't seen this in a long, long time. So we're kind of watching this together for the first time. So this actually should be fun. Coke in the wall. I haven't seen... Nice job, Lawman. I like it. Are we not Seagalians, drugs and women? That's it, my friend. Yeah, so... this should be interesting. I got a feeling it's going to be a lot of fluffy bullshit that makes no sense, and it's probably written by Seagal and his team, but let's go into it with an open mind and see that maybe they're going to be objective about everything.
Everyone knows he's a big star and a big guy. He's tough, he's fast, and you don't want to get on his bad side.
I mean, it sounds like it was written by Seagal already. Look, the intro is basically saying how much of a badass he is, that he don't want to mess with him, and how awesome he is. Well, I mean, 100% he would have had his team oversee this before it got released. I'd be willing to bet my nuts.
You're going to learn some things about Steven Seagal that you wouldn't believe. Most of the world knows Steven Seagal as a movie star, action hero, and 7th degree black belt Aikido master. But there are a lot more facets to this international icon that can only be revealed by the people who know him best.
Okay. So, I don't. Jarul's on the screen, Mr. Fire Festival scammer himself. As we all know, for the most part, most people that have actually worked with Seagal or speak about him don't have nice things to say about him. However, it should be interesting who they found to actually talk nicely about him back then, because it ain't going to be stuntmen, and it ain't going to be the women he worked with.
The best thing about working with Steven probably his sense of humor.
Said nobody ever about Steven Seagal who worked with him. I'm sorry.
Play rough. I can play rough. Sorry, I'm not into men.
I knew him first as a movie star, but when he starts to play, you recognize that he can play and he's good at what he does.
It's sort of the Zen mind, you know, you just kind of float on through.
Steven has given so much money away and so much time away.
He did give $700,000 away to the mafia when they came to his house to get it off him.
That his closest friends and family have been concerned that he's going to revert to becoming a monk and giving everything away.
You think you know all there is to know about Steven Seagal? You don't know jack about this movie star.
So I bet you like an autograph, huh?
Whatever.
Yeah, I can't believe it's me either.
In 1988, out of nowhere, Steven Seagal suddenly appeared on the big screen, starring in an action movie. But the most surprising thing was that this little film turned out to be a blockbuster that knocked Hollywood on its butt.
I had never done a soap commercial. I had never done anything ever.
His feature made millions and launched Steven's career as a producer, writer, star, and a force to be reckoned with in Hollywood.
That's what he is to me, a superstar. He's a very talented young man. He can't seem to do anything wrong.
He has hordes of fans all over the place. You know, I'm a fan of his. You know, I love Mark for Death. One of my favorite movies.
I mean, so far, the only person that they've spoken to that's really praised him has been Jarul. And that's because Jarul probably got given a gift of an acting role from Seagal. But beyond that, no one's really coming out from any of his movies. We'll be patient. We're only 3 minutes in, but at this point, I'm not seeing a great deal of love from anyone other than Jar. Where's Jar?
The funny thing is, if you'd seen him when he was real young, you'd have thought he was just an average kid growing up in Detroit. He came from an average family. His dad was a high school math teacher, and his mother was a medical technician. But there were a couple of things that set Steven apart. A real passion for music, and a downright obsession with Japanese martial arts.
Let's not forget, he was in an all-black band by the time he was 8 years old. Because in the 50s, he said he was in an all-black band in the 50s. He was born in 1952. So mathematically, he would have had to have been 7 years old when he was in an all-black band. Now, this is not me saying that. I'm just quoting him. So by the age of 7, he's basically already learned how to, he's already been in a black band. An all-black band, mind you, as a white, Jewish, Italian, Irish, whatever the hell he is, African-American, Russian Mongolian, Native American, Inuit. He was already in a band. So my question is, to all the youngsters out there now, what the hell have you done by 7 years old, yeah? What have you done? You're probably picking snot out of your nose and watching bloody Ryan's Run, you losers. Get your shit together, 7-year-olds.
I was interested in the martial arts from 5 years old. I'd seen a martial art demonstration at a football halftime with some old Oriental master that was doing a multiple man attack thing, and I was amazed. And I had to do it.
Steven dedicated himself to the study of martial arts, with many different teachers. Eventually, he focused on the study of Aikido, known as the art of divine harmony.
It's a defensive martial art, and it's a lot more about utilizing the other person's, offensive behavior towards you in a defensive manner, and hey, they get hurt,
Along the way, he
Hold on, mate.
Of divine harmony.
It's a defensive.
Alright, why we listen to Selin Gluck about Aikido when he's a producer? What the hell does he know about Aikido that he thinks he can give his expert opinion than douche?
Martial art, and it's a lot more about utilizing the other person's, offensive behavior towards you in a defensive.
By the way, Miser, Thundercats were awesome. Thundercats. Ho!
Manner, and
Thunder.
hey, they get hurt,
Thunder.
Along the way, he also discovered Asian religion, philosophy, and ancient healing practices. They pulled at him in a way he couldn't explain. And when he was just 17, he said goodbye to his family and moved to Japan.
Forgive me for sounding cliche, but I think it's karma. Got over here and started, fulfilling my dreams. Studying.
Look at those 6 sideburns. I mean, the Asian dude's got some 6 sideburns there.
Here and
that guy's alright, especially for Asians, they're doing it tough.
Started, fulfilling my dreams.
But Big Daddy comes in with those thin kind of sculpted, look at that hair. Look at that luscious, thick hair he had before it turned to, rice noodles.
Studying all the things I wanted to study. I spent a long time learning bone manipulation, acupuncture, herbology, Buddhism. I studied martial arts with all the different masters I could find all over Japan and around Asia.
Back then,
it's kind of funny he says that because, from my understanding, for the most part, he was broke when he was in Japan. His wife had to give him money to go back to America to try and get a career and send him money to, fund his acting career. So I'm not sure how he was traveling around everywhere, learning with all the great masters. But hey, sometimes you just got to take a dude on his word, yeah? And no one's more credible than Sensei Papa Hotdogs.
There weren't a lot of Westerners in Japan. It was almost unheard of for an American teenager to show up all alone, not knowing anyone, and not speaking a word of Japanese.
When I first came here, it wasn't unusual to have people, kind of make remarks about seeing a foreigner for the first time.
That was a challenge, and Steven didn't make it any easier on himself. He became an uchideshi, which is a student who lives and works in a dojo where they teach the art of Aikido. It was a hard life.
I mean, just let's watch this footage of this guy right here, right? So this guy, dojo school, he's being attacked by Seagal. Watch as he just flails around from the minimal hand. Watch.
Aikido.
Whoop.
It was a hard life.
Whoa. We better fly that way now. And I'm supposed to believe that that's because of the manipulation that he's doing. Let's again.
Which is a student who lives and works in a dojo where they teach the art of Aikido.
All right. So this guy's flopping to the side.
It was a
Oh, he's gone all the way down there just from that little move.
hard life.
And now he's barely got his sleeve and he has to use his other hand and he's going flopping around. Yeah, so again, 4 people attacking him, but they all just bolt right past him.
Hard life.
Woof. He must be a ninja master because somehow he managed to get them to just run right past him.
When I became an uchideshi in Shinjuku, a live-in student to one of the masters, it's their job to try to break you in any way they can so that you'll leave. We were fighting in any way they can so that you'll leave.
Let's watch this now. No one attacks you like this in real life. I'm sorry, people. These people have never been attacked by an actual human. Yeah, so usually when someone attacks you, what they do is they run out like this, and then when you touch their arm, they just keep running. What also normally happens is the other 2 guys on the left, they normally don't run at you, they run in the complete opposite direction. That's what happens when you get hit by 3 people. So, for those of you that don't know, one comes at you, runs past you, the other 2 run in completely opposite direction, and then come back at you one at a time. Yep.
We were fighting fools every day, all day, for 8 to 12 hours a day, and it would not be uncommon to break a bone, or break a finger, or break a toe, or break a nose, or knock your teeth out. Whatever it would be, you would keep training. You would keep training.
After years of study, he earned a 7th degree black belt, and this very young man was given master's credentials in Aikido.
Whoa.
In 1975.
Whoa. Let's watch him how he manhandles that guy with the sword. Couldn't break wind. I like that. Okay, now let's watch. Let's watch what he does with the guy with the stick, right? And watch how this guy flops around like a complete
Man was given master's credentials in Aikido. In 1975, he became the first Westerner to open his own dojo in Japan.
We're going to stop there because, as some of you may know, actually as many of you may know by now, this is a contentious point in Seagal's career because everyone's saying he opened his first dojo. No. What's said to have happened is his wife at the time, who he cheated on twice later on. By that I mean he got remarried while he was with her, then cheated on her and the new wife with Kelly LeBrock. But anyway, I am not a man. Okay, that's an interesting comment there, Zig. He basically took over his wife's father's dojo because he was ill or couldn't do it. I don't know if it was full-time or part-time, but that is the reality of it. But the claim is that he was the first Western person to open up a dojo in Japan. Simply not true. And it pains me to say that because I'm sure he said it is true. I don't want to call him a liar, but there seems to be some discrepancies with that story. That's all I'm saying.
It's a much more graceful form of martial arts. And to see somebody that large be that graceful, I think is a little interesting. I mean, graceful and harsh, but that's what it is.
Dude, was a nerdy producer
Graceful, I think is a little interesting. I mean, graceful and...
I mean, Selin Gruckett, or whatever the hell his name was, Selin Grickett, Selin Tuckett, I don't know what the hell is, some stupid name, Selin, Chelin. You got cameras and shit in the background. What are you talking about? Just shut up with the...
And harsh, but that's what it is.
But in 1985, Steven decided he wanted to...
I mean, even at a young age, you could tell he liked dressing up in all that Asian garb. I mean, Japanese, he likes his Chinese outfits, probably some Thai outfits as well when he was there. He loves his American fucking outfits with the African-American fucking, what they call, bandanas and shit.
Broaden his horizons and take a little break from Japan.
I thought I would take a couple of years in America to do music, healing, martial arts, and writing.
Steven opened a dojo in Los Angeles and attracted a lot of Hollywood heavyweights. Sean Connery, James Coburn, and super agent Michael Ovitz, who represented the hottest stars. Ovitz.
So, I don't know how much you guys actually know about the whole Seagal story, but this gentleman here, Michael Ovitz, was actually the guy that Seagal talks about when he said he had a friend at Warner Brothers. This guy was a talent actor, and he actually knew people at Warner Brothers also who were actually apparently taking classes with Seagal. Now, it's alleged that this gentleman said that he could make any moron famous, regardless of how talentless they were. And the person he honed in on was Sensei Snagglepuss. But, depending on who you believe, it's either true or not true. Obviously, I think it's rubbish because, Seagal's talented enough to make it without any kind of bets. But, there are rumors that this guy was the reason why Seagal made it big.
Knew a good thing when he saw one. He had Steven do an Aikido demonstration for the head of Warner Brothers Studio, Terry Semel. In Hollywood, people will do anything to get to the power brokers. But after that exhibition, Steven had the power brokers coming to him. Terry Semel also knew a sure bet when he saw one. As head of Warner Brothers, he had the clout to put Steven on the big screen.
I kind of came here as a writer, and how about this, and how about that? You like this? And they say, yeah, we like this stuff, it's great, but we want you in front of a camera.
Terry...
I love how he says he came here as a writer. He came from Japan hoping to do anything. He came here as a writer. He can't even write his own fucking name. I shouldn't say that, obviously he can. But, no, he can't. But he came here as a writer. He didn't come here as a writer. He came to America hoping to do anything and become famous. And he got lucky because, he was 6'4" and he could throw people around in a way that nobody had seen before. And they believed all that bullshit because, back then, again, it was easy to just bullshit your way through things.
Offered him 3 action scripts, told him to pick one, and they'd go make a movie.
I read all 3 and I said, Terry, these are all great stories, but I've got better stories. And they said, tell me one. I told them one. They said, we love that story. I said, well, can I write it for you? They said, yeah. I'd like you to write it with another writer so we can move fast. And at that time, we picked a team. We wrote Above the Law together.
Making Hollywood history, this unknown martial artist, not...
Oh, my God.
Making...
I pride myself on my chest, yeah, because I've got... But, he puts me to shame. Not just that. Look at the smouldering face. No wonder he was. And before someone was asking, well, I was asking how Seagal ended up with married in Japan. He married Adriana LaRusso, who was also an actress, and then he ended up with Kelly LeBrock. That photo right there explains everything, every single thing about how he ended up with the ladies he did.
Hollywood history, this unknown martial artist not only starred, but co-wrote and co-produced Above the Law.
I love that photo where it looks like...
Artist not only starred, but co-wrote and co-produced...
It looks like he's taking a shit or farting. That's not a tough pose. It looks like he's literally about to fart or shit his pants. I don't know why that is. I posted that not long ago, actually, recently, that photo, and they've actually got that in here too. That's funny.
Above the Law. He played Nico, a Chicago vice officer who uncovers ties between the CIA and drug dealers. With a background in
Eric, I'll have to go through this video here because it's got a lot of old school clips that I don't have of Seagal in interviews. So I'll have to go through this clip at a separate time and cut certain things that he's going to say that I think will be gold.
Japanese martial arts and CIA connections in Vietnam. This character was an explosive hero like no one had seen before.
I never really formally studied acting, but I used to do private teachings in meditation and the martial arts and stuff. And one of the people who came to learn from me in Europe one time was James Mason. I didn't ask him to teach me acting, but everything I would teach him in meditation or philosophy or Zen or the martial arts, he would always compare it to acting. The one thing he said that really stuck in my mind,
you're right,
he said, the secret to being a great actor is to not act. Just be yourself. And then it was easy for me.
It was great to see someone bring...
I don't think he realizes that he's inadvertently giving shit to himself. Don't act, just be yourself. And that came easy to him because he can't act. And all he can do is be himself.
And then it was easy for me.
It was,
which is why he plays a special forces character in every single fucking movie. Makes sense now if you think about it like that.
great to see someone bring Aikido to the screen as opposed to, I mean, you know, everyone knew Bruce Lee and Kung Fu and all of that.
When it came to casting his partner, Steven got Pam Grier, best known as Foxy Brown, the young woman who played...
Yeah. All I'm going to say about that is Pam Grier back in the day was hot as shit. I don't care where you sit on the, how old you are. Pam Grier back in the day, she was some chocolate delight, that's all I'm saying.
Was also a gifted actress, Sharon Stone. Steven followed up that surprise hit with another action-packed success, Hard to Kill, co-starring Kelly LeBrock. This time, Steven was a police officer up against the mob. By now, the public was on to Steven, and the film pulled in more than $50 million. His third film, Marked for Death, which he produced and starred in, continued Steven's red-hot streak. He played an officer for the Drug Enforcement Agency who comes out of retirement and goes up against drug lords.
A couple of things here. First of all, none of your business. They're not identical. It's not always a special forces guy. Sometimes he's just a normal cop. In one of his movies, he's a professor. He's a doctor in one of them. So let's not sell him short. He's very, very versatile. Kerberos, light up, my friend. Light up. I'm having a herbal cigarette myself. Natural. He's the worst mistake. Pam was smoking. She was hot. The 80s was the best, man. You're right. I mean, I was only young. I was born in 83. But the 80s and 90s were the shit. I really wish I was alive in the 70s. I think I would have enjoyed all that free love and hippie bullshit and the smoking and all that kind of, you know, make love, not war bullshit. I mean, it's ideal. War is not ideal. I shouldn't say bullshit. Who the hell needs war? We see what's happening now in the world. But anyway, that's not here nor there. But I think I definitely would have enjoyed the 80s and 70s if I was, you know, a bit more conscious during it. I was only 6 to 7 years old, so I don't remember much of the 80s, but fuck, I think it would have been an awesome time.
Want to talk about a heavy hitter? His first 3 films earned more than $200 million.
It's a lot back then.
This puts Steven into the same league with the big action heroes. Arnold Schwarzenegger, who had come out in Terminator, Bruce Willis in Die Hard, Mel Gibson with Lethal Weapon, and Sylvester Stallone as Rambo. Steven now belonged in this exclusive club of actors whose movies made hundreds of millions of dollars.
I think that the most important thing in filmmaking is to have a story. And if you have a story that's about something that people care...
All right. First of all, I just want to say that it's probably around about this point he really started thinking his shit didn't stink. But let's have a look at that mane right now. Not just that, whatever that is there on top of his head, but what's hanging down as well. That is literally like an animal or a rodent attached to his head. That's impressive. That is quite impressive.
Care about. And from there, action is often born organically. It's the times when you don't have a story and you just throw action in there that it's very offensive or very boring.
Steven knew how to keep the action and the story hot when he produced and starred in Under Siege. He was a Navy SEAL disguised as a cook who battled psychotic military specialists threatening an all-out nuclear war. Steven went up against Tommy Lee Jones, who, by the way, had just been nominated for an Academy Award for JFK, and Gary Busey, who had done Lethal Weapon.
You and I were the same.
Oh, no. No. There's a difference, my man. You have faith. I don't.
Now, everyone talks about Under Siege 2 and how he was good in it. I think what everyone forgets is how great Gary Busey and Tommy Lee Jones were in that movie. Tommy Lee Jones especially really just went the full, you know... That was the thing that same around the same era where he went nuts in his little battle with Jim Carrey in the Batman movie. But in this, when he let loose, I think he killed it. And Gary Busey's Gary Busey, you know, before he went too nuts. But he was good in this too. So, and a lot of people carried this movie, which is why it's remembered as being great. And he was okay in it too, Big Daddy. I'm not going to take it away from him. You know, he was a chef and he chefed the shit out of shit. But without the actual co-stars that carried the movie, I don't know if Under Siege would have been such a big hit. If he was the top billing and no one else, just saying.
About a high-octane action picture, this film exploded out of the gate and made more than $150 million. In Steven's movies, he's surrounded himself with terrific actors. Keenan Ivory Wayans, Chris Christopherson, Academy Award winner Michael Caine, Harry Dean Stanton.
I mean, honestly, how the fuck did he get Chris Christopherson? I don't really...
With terrific actors. Keenan
Ivory Wayans, take it or leave it, he's a comedian.
Ivory Wayans. Chris
Christopherson I'll give respect to.
Academy Award winner Michael Caine.
I mean, how the fuck did he get Michael Caine to star in, of all movies, I think it was On Deadly Ground or one of those shit movies. I don't know how he managed... The budget must have been spent on Michael Caine. It makes no sense.
Harry Dean Stanton.
I'm sorry, I don't know that guy.
And Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper, I know.
Steven has made more than 20 movies since he started out in 1988. But in all that time, he never made a film in Japan, his spiritual home. In the spring of 2004, Steven finally got the chance to go back home, renew old ties, and make his movie Into the Sun. Lots of people think that when you're a superstar, you can do anything you want. And sometimes you can. The one thing Steven Seagal has always wanted to do is make a movie in Japan.
Hold on. Thanks, Kelly. Right back at you. Love you too. Hold on a sec. The one thing he's wanted to do is make a movie in Japan.
Is make a movie. Sometimes you can. The one thing, superstar, you can do anything you want.
When you're a superstar, you can do anything you want, including, allegedly, assaulting people, perhaps indecently assaulting people of the opposite sex, and perhaps skipping over to foreign countries and doing whatever you want and laundering money through your movies, allegedly, apparently, I don't know. That's also a thing. I'm not saying him, I'm just saying that's what you can do when you're a superstar.
And sometimes you can. The one thing Steven Seagal has always wanted to do is make a movie in Japan.
The Rising Sun. Can you make The Rising Sun? We'll get to that eventually.
So finally, in April 2004, Steven went home and brought a film company with him.
Into the Sun, Rising Sun. That's a movie with Sean Connery and Wesley Snipes, I think, isn't it? Rising Sun? I can't remember. But Into the Sun. We'll get to that movie eventually. We'll get there.
Come here. And action.
This is a place that I grew up. It's my home. It's my people, my culture in a lot of ways.
The director of the film is a guy named Mink, whose background is in cutting-edge music videos.
It's like, you know,
Sorry. The director of the movie is a guy named Mink, who's known for directing music videos. I think that's what it said. Let's just go back.
It's my people, my culture in a lot of ways.
The director.
Sorry, we're gonna go back even further. Hold on. You're just talking about people and culture. So I'm a little bit. Let's just.
This is a place that I grew up. It's my home. It's my people, my culture in a lot of ways.
The director.
It's his people, it's his culture, in a lot of ways. See how he says in a lot of ways? Because he knows in a lot of ways it's also not. So he says in a lot of ways it is, but what he means is even more ways it's not. But anyway, I want to get back to Mink.
Home is my people, my culture in a lot of ways.
The director of the film is a guy named Mink, whose background is in cutting-edge music videos.
His background is in cutting-edge music videos, and that somehow translates to this guy being able to make a feature-length film, action film, that's supposed to represent the cultural blah 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 whatever he wants, Seagal wants. That's who he chose to direct this film, Mink, the music producer. I wonder what Mink's up to now. If anyone gets a chance, did you just mind Googling Joker? I haven't seen the latest one yet. Nah, mate. Can someone Google what Mink's up to now, please, if you get a chance? I'm just curious to know what the hell Mink's up to in terms of his movie career. Did he do anything else after Into the Sun, or did Seagal basically kill his career? If someone could find that out, that would be awesome. And then hit me back somewhere in the comments, or at some point, because I'm curious to know what the hell Mink's going on. Mink's gone up to now. Sorry. All right, let's check out. Let's see how Mink was doing.
You never seen it above the law when you.
I mean, I'm a fan of his from his films, so I had no doubt that he could do everything that he does do in the films. It's not stunts, he's just doing it. I want an experience that everybody says, wow, look at that, look at this, look at those moments that make you jump up and say, did you see those water cooler moments? Most people are unaware that he lived there for 18 to 20 years, speaks fluent Japanese, spent countless years training as an Aikido master. So to have the opportunity to have him back in Japan and actually be shooting on location, I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Into the Sun is Steven's first film where he's actually playing a character that's quite close to who he is in real life.
In fact, this movie is based on a script that Steven wrote, and he's involved in every aspect of the story.
He plays a character named Travis Hunter who has to go up against the Japanese mafia.
So, this is the guy who's head of Seagal's alleged money laundering company. Not that he would do that, but I'm just saying if someone did. I don't know. Here's the thing, Glowing. I've got clips of him speaking Japanese on the stage. I don't know if he's saying shit, but I think he might actually be able to speak some sort of Japanese. The level of Japanese, I don't know, but I do have footage of him talking a whole bunch of Japanese on stage. I think I've used it in some videos. So I don't know how fluent he is, but the man can speak Japanese. It's not all hogwash. But yeah. But this guy here looks like he was just hired by Seagal because he can tell him exactly what to do.
Which is called the Yakuza.
It's not really my life story, but part of it is. It's about Japan and the heart of Japan. We've got Yakuza, we've got geisha, we've got samurai, we've got Zen temples. And
hold on, let's go back for a sec. What did you just say?
The Japanese mafia, which is called the Yakuza.
It's not really my life story, but part of it is.
It's not really his life story, but part of it is. See how he just deliberately, vaguely touches on whether or not it's horse shit or whether or not there's some truth to it, but he just leaves it open. So you can't really, he doesn't really say either way whether or not it's true or not. But part of it is Yakuza and, dangerous stuff.
It's about Japan and the heart of Japan. We've got Yakuza, we've got geisha, we've got samurai, we've got Zen temples and monks, and so much of the Japanese culture and heritage and tradition. It's very dear movie to me, very special. I don't want to mention the names of any other films, but most of us who grew up here feel that it's never been captured, and we want to depict it authentically. I mean, it will be an authentic.
You are correct, Glowing. He did steal stories from other people who he was friends with in the CIA and passed them off as his own. Many of which went along with it until business deals went south. Obviously, so I mean, if I were just to take an estimated guess or just a rough guess, I would say that Seagal promised these guys all sorts of movie deals, producing credits, which means they get money. Yeah, if you get producing credits on a movie, even if you don't do shit, you get money for it. I imagine he promised these guys a whole bunch of stuff that never came to fruition. And then once that never did, they basically retracted their stories where Seagal was the deadly warrior and started telling the truth how he was a bullshit person who just stole all their stories. That's probably more likely, allegedly, if I were to guess, allegedly. You got to say allegedly for everything.
Authentic Japanese film for the world.
Shooting in Japan was really difficult. You can't really shut off the streets. So we found a situation where we were shooting on the streets in front of a pachinko parlor for a very important action sequence to the movie. It's very hard to hold people back.
If a crowd scene like that happens and the police come out, then they're going to say, you guys are making a commotion.
All of a sudden you'll see people all around me. Every one of them has their phone up in the air. Because every phone has a camera on it, and they're all taking my picture. It's very funny.
What he means by very funny is hey, look at me, look how awesome I am, everyone's taking my photo. Now, he's very well known in Japan, right? Because, you know, he spoke Japanese, he did a lot of commercials over there. But, I also think there's a lot of people over there who just don't know who he is, but they see cameras and lights, so they figure he's a movie star, so they get their phone cameras out to take photos. And obviously he sees that and thinks that, hey, everyone loves me because, you know, I'm Steven Seagal. Why wouldn't you love him? That's just my take on it. I don't know. Bayern Leverkusen.
Shooting in Japan is completely worth it. I mean, you get the texture, you get the feel, you get this country that we've never really seen in movies before. And in this situation, we get to actually see the live streets of Japan.
I want the streets the way they really are. And that's what we did. These are my people. Ain't nobody mess with me over here. You know? I've loved this place.
What the fuck did you just say?
These are my people. Ain't nobody mess with me over here.
These are my people, ain't nobody mess me over here. Ain't nobody mess with me over here. These are my people, ain't nobody mess me over here.
You know, I've loved this place from the moment I came here.
Being in Japan gave Steven a chance to get together with his old friend of 40 years, who's also an Aikido master, Hiroshi Isoyama.
彼と会ったのは愛木神社で初めて会ったんですけども、その時彼はね若い。
See, Joker, I mean, glowing. You were doubting Seagal's ability to speak Japanese? Well, there you go. This old Mr. Miyagi-looking motherfucker says otherwise.
にもかかわらず、すごく日本語が上手だったんです。
They used to practice a lot, but in the evenings, they found Aikido came in handy after class. Steven was an outsider, and at 6'4", hard to miss. Various tough guys tried to intimidate them, but it didn't work.
昔はな、よかったんだな。ねえ。重曹面白かったね、重曹。
暴れましたね。
なんで？
いや、その乱暴のところに入ってきて。
So basically, Seagal and some dude who's 30 years older than him used to hang out and go and beat up people, apparently. That's what we're supposed to... That's my takeaway. Him and some 30 dude 30 years older than him, who could be his fucking dad, or his granddad, walked around beating up people who challenged him, apparently.
したらね、それ時々悪い人の人をいじめたりね、いろいろかけてくるでしょう。我々はそれも喜んでね、そういう
歓迎したね。
We're happy to oblige that.
先ほどもちょっとお話ししましたけども、やはり彼はすごくこう礼儀正しい男なんですよ。映画では映画の役にはまってるから、その彼の本当。
This guy basically saying that Japanese, Seagal is more Japanese than Japanese people. Just think about that for a second. That's like when he was more Chinese than Chinese people in nutrition. So Japanese people, get your shit together. Learn how to be more Japanese like Seagal. Pathetic.
この姿っていうのは出てないかもしれませんけれども。Nice hand. Gentle hand.
It's because I paid so close attention to the protocol and the language and you know how you're supposed to be.
そうしたと思います。ですからその苦労が実って今の彼があるんじゃないかなと思います。だからその苦労っていうのは我々が推測できないような人には言えないような苦労をしたんじゃないかなと私は思っております。
There's some people that are just born with a certain amount of determination and they're not going to give up. And I don't know if I'm one of those people or not, but that's sure what I was thinking at the time. That nobody's going to break me.
But there are...
So there's a certain amount of people that are born to be super awesome. Now, I don't know if that's me, but I was certainly thinking at the time. That's essentially what he just said right then. Not in so many words, but I mean, come on. Basically saying I'm awesome, but I might not be awesome, but I don't know if I'm awesome, but I'm pretty awesome.
A lot of people who have a tough time with the concept of Steven being a Buddhist, yet having so much violence in his movies.
There's a tradition in many parts of the world of Buddhist monks who believe that their body is also a sacred treasure and that they have the right to defend their lives. And they also believe in what I believe, which is that the development of the physical self through arduous training is essential in order to perfect the spiritual man. And this kind of training should be simultaneous.
When Steven got...
You know, sometimes people just like to say shit for the sake of saying shit because it sounds good. Like, sometimes certain phrases sound good even though they don't really mean anything. I mean, just as an example.
This kind of training should be simultaneous. Arduous training is essential in order to perfect the spiritual man. And this kind of training should be simultaneous.
That kind of shit. Like, people just say shit, you know, like the spirit runs deep if the soul isn't ground to the earth. That kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, your soul will only exist if you're at peace with the universe. Like, it's just some shit that you say. And you can say a bunch of stuff that makes it sound good, but what are you really fucking saying, though? You know, what are you really fucking saying?
When Steven got the chance to direct, everyone expected a hard-driving action film. He did have action, but he also had an element of his Buddhist faith.
We want to be able to lead people into contemplation. It should be something that can make people laugh, make people cry, teach people, can even wake people up and enlighten people.
On Deadly Ground. That's a movie where he was trying to tell everyone about saving the environment and blah, 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 blah. Horrible. Trash.
Told the story of a threat to the Alaskan environment by a ruthless oil company in his film On Deadly Ground. He cast Michael Caine as the unscrupulous head of the company. Steven had that same passion and...
Okay, I'm curious. I can't remember watching this. Thank you, baby. I don't remember watching this for a long time, but I'm pretty sure Michael Caine ain't going to be in any interviews for this shit because he probably wants to wipe On Deadly Ground off of his IMDb bio.
Drive to protect the people and the environment in his movie Fire Down Below. Steven played an environmental protection agent who uncovers toxic waste being dumped and killing the residents.
Well, I don't know if you guys know that, but most EPA agents are generally ex-special forces trained in martial arts and on a daily basis would probably beat up people physically. It's actually a prerequisite for being part of the EPA, so perfect for Seagal.
Of a Kentucky town.
I don't know another Hollywood star who's this well versed in environmental issues, which after all are the key issues of the 21st century. Steven's on top of it. He's done his homework. He's a voracious reader, and his movies reflect that. That's extremely courageous. And he got raked over the coals for doing it.
But Steven really doesn't care what critics say. He's a man who found his spiritual path early in life and has never lost the trail.
Over the coals for doing it. These reflect that. That's extremely courageous. And he got raked over the coals for doing it. These reflect entry. Steven's on top of it. He's done his homework. He's a voracious reader, and his movies reflect that. That's extremely courageous. And he got raked over the coals for doing it.
Hold on, you don't get raked over the coals just for being an extreme... I'm going to have to watch that again.
Killing the residents of a Kentucky town.
I don't know another Hollywood star who's this well versed in environmental issues, which after all are the key issues of the 21st century. Steven's on top of it. He's done his homework. He's a voracious reader, and his movies reflect that. That's extremely courageous. And he got raked over the coals for doing it.
Hold on, why would he get raked over the coals for being an environmentally hipster doofus? That's what it's all about, yeah? I mean, was he ahead of his time? Is that what you're saying? It's all about being hip to the environment's plight. I think the issue is that the movie was dog shit, and it had absolute atrocious acting and storyline and fucking action scenes. That's just my guess.
But Steven really doesn't care what critics say. He's a man who found his spiritual path early in life and has never lost the trail.
I think EPA stands for Eating Pudding Agency. Eating pudding, not extreme punching.
Steven loved filming in Japan, but for some of the action sequences, they needed to tear apart the scenery, and you just can't do that to ancient Japanese temples. So Steven and his team from Into the Sun moved to Bangkok to create the sets for another 2 weeks of non-stop work.
Action!
Wow.
Now I can take the back of the blade.
Do you know why they went to Bangkok to build the sets in Thailand and not in Japan? Because it probably cost like 1/10 of what it would cost for them to do that shit in Japan. And between, Seagal's budget and keeping his hair, mousse for his hair or whatever the fuck he's using, there's no money left.
Just beat him to death. Or, I can stab him, I can cut his head off, I can cut his neck, I can,
So he gets the gun out here? He gets the gun out here?
Yeah.
He gets the gun here, bang, and then you just bludgeon him to death.
So in this scene right now, Kawamura, one of our Japanese actors, is being chased down by Steven. He's going to fall through these soji doors, collapse here, and he's backpedaling with Steven coming after him with his katana. Kawamura gets back up against the wall, he tries to pull his gun, and Steven whacks the gun out of his hand and then bludgeons him to death.
Hey!
All in a day's work.
I think Steven is great. He's done this for years and years and years. He's excellent with the sword. Steven is great. He's done this for years and years.
Motherfucker's name's Dickie Beer. Let's just stop and appreciate that for a second. This guy's name is Dickie Beer. What the fuck were his parents thinking? Congratulations, mate, for not topping yourself by the time you were 10.
Years. He's excellent with the sword. I've never seen anything like it. It's really, really good. And you don't need to teach him anything. He's teaching us.
And believe me, there were many days we're on the set, and it's not stunts. He's just doing it.
They're worried that the broken wood and thing will come into my eyes and my face, and I just said I'm going to turn when I throw them, so we'll be okay.
This phenomenal hand speed and his quickness and his agility, and really
said nobody ever.
Realizing now, working with him, he can do everything he did on screen.
Well, this guy would be in pieces.
What's he really doing here that he can do? Hold on, the guy goes, he can do everything that he did on screen. What the fuck's he actually doing? Watch.
Realizing now, working with him, he can do everything he did on screen.
Wow. Hey.
Well, this guy would be in pieces.
Hey, funny.
Despite long hours on the set and a tight schedule, Steven always makes time to visit the charities he supports. For more than 7 years, here in Bangkok, he's worked with the Human Development Foundation's Mercy Center for kids who live on the street.
Oh, they're great kids. They're all survivors. They're all survivors.
And these children, I've been here many times. They call me Uncle.
There's about 50 AIDS kids. And,
Listen, man. I'm all for him going and helping out the kids. I'm not gonna diss him for helping out kids. I'd be a lot less skeptical if there was no cameras around. He could do that without the cameras. I don't know why he needs to have cameras follow him around and show that he's doing that. He can just do it. Yeah, me and my girlfriend always buys from young kids on the street who are probably scamming us, but they're young kids and they're cute. People with, legitimately who look like they need help. And I'm telling 140 people, I don't have cameras following me around. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just seems like it's just not done for the reason of. But I hope it is. As long as he's helping people, yeah. As long as he's helping people somehow. Again, I hope he's giving money and not just rocking up as if they give a shit that he's there. He better be giving money.
then we've got about another 200 street kids who from the courts and from police stations and off the streets and people giving them to us. And a lot of kids been abused and
I'm not going to make the obvious joke that a lot of kids have been abused and it could have been a certain pastor, but it's not something to laugh at. Kids being abused is not funny. I don't give a shit where you sit on that. It's just not amusing at all. But it is when the Catholic priest is preaching about kids being abused. I mean, it's a bit of the pot kettle kind of shit, you know?
they all call him Uncle Steven.
So this is Nancy.
Uncle Steven's the kind of creepy name that you give to people. Nah, let's hope that's not true.
Mother bought her for $8,000. So to save her from parents who were probably drug addicts, or we're going to sell her to bad people, to be able to put her in this orphanage to take care of her.
You know, when you've been sexually abused and beat up and up.
Look at that fluff attached to the back of his head.
Drug addicts, or we're going to sell her to bad people, to be able to put her in this orphanage to take care of her.
You know, when you've been sexually abused and beat up and on the streets, then somebody comes to visit you and paints pictures with.
I mean, look how he's just walking around holding the kid's hands. Like, it just seems very photo opportunistic and not legit. Neon Legend, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Always a appreciated gesture, mate. Especially during the YouTube tough times, which is getting a little bit better. So we're getting a bit of progress there, but thanks, man. I really appreciate it. You're a Neon Legend. Your name already has legend in it, mate. I was going to call you a legend, but your name's Neon Legend, so.
With you and walks around with you and you can take him by the hand. All of a sudden, you're important now, aren't you? You're a person. And you see, the rule is, if you've got dignity, then you'll make it. People say, well, you can't eat dignity and all that stuff. If you got some dignity and self-respect, you can make it. And that's what he did. That's what he does.
Well, this is something the kids had drawn. I'm just filling.
See what I mean? This all sounds just bullshit and scripted, and people just say words to sound good. Now, words can be very inspirational. I get that. They can be funny, they can be sad, they can be very motivational. But often people just say things for the fuck of saying things when they really don't mean anything. He's walking around holding kids' hands. I don't know how much of a shit those kids really give a fuck about Steven Seagal there. And I think they would probably prefer something to eat or some medical aid rather than having some dude with a raccoon attached to their head walking around holding their hand when they have no idea who he is.
It in. I mean, I'm using a little creative license. Now I hope for you.
He can eat children, Joker. Elise, thank you very much. Female Seagalians getting in on the action. Thank you. I appreciate it. Elise, you're a legend.
I'm your assistant.
Being that I'm in Thailand and Seagal's in Thailand, I mean, it's kind of ironic, but Kopkun Cup, which means thank you in Thai.
Your assistant. I think the pictures speak for themselves. These are all children who are dying, and they're happier than you and I. So I want to do whatever I can with small power I have, which is nothing, to bring them joy and my love. That's all I can say.
I'm grateful. I'm really grateful.
You're not as grateful as me.
Money which is given with love and caring has twice the value. And the children say, we want to pray for him. And gee, what?
See, now he's taking off his jacket because obviously someone pissed him off. He's about to beat the shit out of some kids. So what happens when you fuck around kids with Seagal?
Greater honor can one get in this world to have an aged child say, I'd like to say a prayer for you. I don't think one could ask for more in this life.
Stephen has given millions of dollars to charities and built an orphanage and monastery in India.
I don't want anybody to know anything about me necessarily, other than I'm trying to be as good of a human being as I can to help others.
Again, he's donated millions of dollars to charity. If that's true and it's actually going to worthy causes, who the fuck am I to judge him for that? Let's keep that aside. If he's helping out kids, he might be eating kids here or there, and probably most definitely that girl in the white shirt, she looks over 18, but under 20, so she's probably, you know, had some special treatment. But if he's helping charities, he's given more than I've given. Obviously, we're all relative. We do what we can. He's got a lot more money than me, so he does a lot more than he can. Now, he's giving, hopefully it actually gets to the people it's supposed to get to. I know that when we buy food or whatever for people, it goes to people. So that's something you can actually see. You know, often when they ask you for money, they just spend it on. I remember even in Australia, there used to be people outside in the local Coles, which is a supermarket. And, you know, people would always say to me, what's the point of just giving them money and, you know, buying them stuff? I was like, well, first of all, if someone's sitting outside of a supermarket, they're probably not doing well. And buying them like a bread roll or some apples is better than just giving them money. Because if I give them money, they might just piss it away on useless shit. That's how I always think about it. So, hopefully Seagal's money's going somewhere useful. He built an orphanage. That's something. That's a place for them to live. So that's, again, can't hate on him for that. You can hate him for being a douchebag for every other reason, but not for that.
Steven has 6 children of his own. 2 children from his first marriage, Kentaro and Ayaka, of his own. 2 children from his...
Shit, that's probably his daughter there. Oh, damn. Take that shit back then. That's creepy as fuck. I hope that's not his daughter, but that might be one of his daughters. That's creepy.
Steven has 6 children of his own. 2 children from his first marriage, Kentaro and Ayako. He has 3 children, Annalisa, Dominic, and Arissa, from his marriage to actress Kelly LeBrock, who starred with him in Hard to Kill. And his youngest, Savannah, his daughter with Arissa Wolf, Steven's partner since 1996.
My kids are, everybody loves their kids. My kids are spectacular. I have 2 who live here in Japan, 4 that live in America who visit me all the time, and then I have my youngest, Savannah, who lives with me. They're all to me very, very, very special.
The bottom line...
None of this applies anymore. The only one he lives with now is that little Asian one with the Mongolian his current wife.
...on Steven is that he has a lot more layers than people realize.
Yeah, he's got a lot more layers than people realize. Especially now, he's got definitely a lot more layers.
He has a lot more layers than people realize. For those people who know Steven Seagal only as a movie star, one of the most surprising aspects of this man is that he's a good musician. He writes his own music, he puts together bands, and he regularly performs around the world.
Sorry. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but that's the second time that they've mentioned that he's a good musician. And someone said in the comments before that good is a relative term. You're very correct. They never say he's great or a phenomenal or a talented musician. They just say that he's a good musician, which I think answers all my previous questions about whether or not he can really play the guitar well.
You're born with a love for music. It's a kind of a karmic thing like anything else. We all seem to embrace the things that we love through past life tendencies and memories when you just can't explain it. It's just what you know and what you love.
He fell in love with the blues when he was just a little kid.
I've been playing music since I was born, My mom and dad were gone working 2 jobs, and across the street there was a big black family that just played music all the time. In Detroit, it was always guitars, guns, and horseshoes, and kind of in that order. And I used to sit.
Why did he have to specify that it was a black family? Why can't you just say that it was a big family? Why did he have to specify the color?
Jobs, and across the street there was a big black family that just played music all the time. In Detroit, it was always guitars, guns, and horseshoes, and kind of in that order. And I used to sit on the footstool of this old man that played blues and ragtime and stuff. And I used to just sit and listen to him until one day he started teaching me,
Steven's played with a lot of the great talents in the world, including the legendary B.B. King.
We have a club called B.B. King Blues Club in Memphis. And one night I looked up and there he was. He was sitting in there. And I had heard about him playing music. So I invited him to come up and play. He did.
He's the only man in the world when I sit on the stage next to him, I get nervous. He really is the king to me.
After the show, we played, just ideas, had fun. He's very good at playing the guitar.
For years, his music was a kind of secret. The only people who knew about it were those who heard him play live. But it was his mother who convinced him to share his music with the world. It was her dying wish.
Last thing to say.
All right. So this lovely lady here, who's no longer with us, rest in peace, Mrs. Seagal. This is the reason that we have the song Strut, Alligator Ass, that's the reason we have those classic songs. And Sailing Away, Gory, which is a song at the end of all my my songs, the videos. Sailing away, sunshine bright in the sky. It's a great song, by the way. I get so many comments from people saying, "Who's that song at the end? It's actually not bad," and they don't realize it's Seagal. So I assume they like it, and then when they find out it's Big Daddy, they're disgusted in themselves for liking that song. But this lovely woman here is the reason why this big man is, you know, the head of our church. Nay, the reason for our church.
She said to me before she died, she said, "I'm asking you, please put the record out. Put your music out there." She loved it, you know.
Steven wrote the music and produced a CD called Songs from the Crystal Cave.
Golden rule is make your album one thing. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I put blues, I put pop, I put rock, I put world, I put reggae, all on the same album. Because that to me was a world journey.
His grandmother was pure Mohawk. His mother's only 50% Mohawk and 50% Anunnaki, I believe.
Anderson, one of the late Bob Marley's lead guitarists, collaborated with Steven on some of the songs.
I think the world will be interested in this album because the lyric content is reminds a lot of.
I'm sorry, I'm not really into music. Is Al Anderson someone that I should be aware of, or is he a famous dude, old Allie Anderson, or what's going on here? Who's this bloke? What's Al's deal? I don't think he's that famous. He's no Jimi Hendrix or anything, is he? Or fucking Carlos Santana, or I don't know, other people's drummers, guitarists.
Bob Marley's lyrics, they're conscious.
Al's not the only star who showed up to play with Steven on the album.
Stevie Wonder came in and just blew up the spot playing harp.
Alright, in fairness, Stevie Wonder came in because he was lost, he's blind, so he walked into the wrong fucking studio and nobody told him, so he just took advantage of it. So, there's downsides to being blind, y'all.
His participation on My God.
Obviously. But there's also upsides. Like Daredevil and shit.
Just made the song even greater than it was.
I never picked people because they were stars. I picked them because they were my friends.
Seagal's songs. I could sing along to this shit. This is where he talks about being having riches and golds. Once there was a man who lived in a foreign land. Anyway, you'll hear it.
There's lots of these.
Honestly, a lot of his music's not that bad. I know that, I know I might cop a lot of shit for saying that, but compared to his acting, his music's not that bad. Not all of it, but some of it's actually reasonable. I'll say that. I'll give him that. If he was a musician first, and then I found out that he was a shit actor, it wouldn't be that bad. But it's because it was the other way around, and he bought into his own bullshit, and then he did other stuff after. It was too late. If he started off in music and kind of sucked and was alright, but then, yeah, it's just he did it the wrong way.
Beautiful ruins from the ancient city, a huge Buddha and a beautiful palace and back. Some beautiful women, very colorful.
El Gonzo, first of all, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Favorite movie? Fuck, that's a good question. I did like Out for Justice, but I kind of like his newer movies because they're trash, if I'm being honest. That's what kind of gets me more. In The Dangerous Man, he used a stunt double a lot. Sniper Special Ops was one of my favorites because he sat around a lot. Stunt doubles, a lot of walking upstairs, stunt doubles. Mumbling, and he went with that southern drawl a lot. He kind of switched between how he spoke. He went with like a southern accent, and remember that time you owe me $50? The calm's done, broke down. Like he kind of switches, so probably Sniper Special Ops is one of my favorites. So that's peak Seagal slothness. Yeah.
Dancing, singing, a lot of joy.
I believe that music is the language of the gods. I believe it's the one language that all people can understand, no matter what their religion or politics or race or anything else. Music is the one language that can bring all people together. And for this reason, music is such an important part of my life.
His CD was first released in France, where it's rapidly moving up the charts.
Yeah, so here's the thing. After doing a bit of research into Sensei Puffy Bum, the French people love him. I don't know why. They really love him, especially when it comes to the music. I don't know what's going on. Is there anyone French in the audience, if you want to admit to that, and why you like Seagal? I'd really like to know. What's with the French people liking his music? Again, it's catchy. It's not the worst music I've heard. But he's pretty damn big in France, I heard.
Europe gets it next, then the United States.
When we was on the set and he had his guitar and he played me some songs and stuff and some music, you know, he's actually a good musician too. He can play the out of the guitar.
Steven hit it off immediately with superstar rapper Ja Rule, a multi-platinum singer during the filming of Half Past Dead.
Stop playing, man! Stop the car! We kind of built our little camaraderie that day, you know what I mean? I'm gonna kick your one day. I thought it was a great opportunity to be next to a good actor and step up my game, you know?
Ja Rule, I don't know why. First of all, he just reminds me of a hamster. Secondly, after watching the Fire Festival fiasco, which I don't know if many of you know about, but basically he started he joined in on a fake music festival, attached his name to it, having no idea the guy he partnered with was a scammer who had no intention of coming through with anything. After watching that, I find him just a complete joke. And after watching Half Past Dead again, yeah, Hollywood's amazing. It's amazing how people look at celebrities like they're something special when, again, they're people who just play make-believe, live in a different world than we do. Wow, Steven Seagal's in the house. Steve-O, you are handing out 50 memberships, mate. A legend. I don't know if that's you, really, Steven Seagal, but thank you again. Last week, you were a blessing. You're handing out memberships again this week. You're a god. So to all of you that Steven Seagal, it feels very strange saying that Steven Seagal is gifting memberships and stuff, but to anybody who's being gifted a membership by Steven Seagal, please thank Steven Seagal. It again, sounds very strange, but thanks, Steven Seagal. I hope you're here to just... See, man, I'm telling you, any publicity is good publicity for Steven Seagal. It seems at this point that, yeah, it's I don't know if it's a real Seagal. I wish it was. If that's you, Big Daddy, please know that we love you deep down, even though we probably mock the shit out of you. I'd love to talk to you, Big Daddy. I would really love to talk to you one-on-one. I don't want to, maybe get together for a chat, because you're we're keeping. If you're gonna think about it, we're keeping you relevant. But anyway, we digress. Back to the hamster. How was it working with Seagal, Ja Rule Seagal? How was it working with the hamster who scams people?
I had a lot of fun.
See you on the inside, man.
Mate, Steven Seagal just came in and dropped 50 memberships on people. There's only 130 people in this group. So just roughly speaking, that's like about 35 to 40% of people getting a membership.
Life gets complicated for everybody. But if you're a movie star...
So honestly, the YouTube membership doesn't really do anything other than sometimes I release videos. I didn't even know YouTube had memberships, right? So when I started it off, I just did the same thing I did on Patreon. YouTube memberships, essentially you get videos earlier. I don't know, you get special badges. I think you get priority messaging and stuff. You get seen. And I see your shit a lot more than everyone else. But honestly, there's not a huge advantage to having a membership other than sometimes videos that get released earlier, or if I get demonetized on YouTube, I just let them release it for members.
Any trouble becomes public. Then there's the rumors and the tabloids. It can get ugly. When Steven took some very public hits, he had to find a way to deal with them.
If you need to take a boat from one side of the river to the other, and there's snakes in the boat, it doesn't mean that you're a snake. It just means you gotta be with the snakes for the ride. And you try not to get bit.
Well, Hollywood is brutal. Steven calls Hollywood cannibal town. People eat each other up. And being a superstar brings with it all the risk factors and vulnerabilities that fame and stardom can inflict on any individual.
Film is not about who you can or how much money you can steal. That's not what it's supposed to be about.
But in Hollywood, things don't always work out the way they should. In 2000...
I love how he's some kind of acting purist. He's just a dude who did Aikido, had these delusions of going to Hollywood to act because he probably saw some shit on TV. And now all of a sudden he's coming across like he's got some kind of, I don't know, like artisan purist acting shit about him. And by the way, Hollywood only came after him for a couple of things. Before he started speaking about all that, taking a knee, I think, for the national anthem and all that other bullshit, he had already diddled people in the 90s and paid people off. So Hollywood kind of started turning their back on him, allegedly, when he allegedly did those things like paying people off. I think that's actually known fact, not alleged, but yeah.
Well, Hollywood is brutal. Steven calls Hollywood cannibal town. People eat each other up.
Snowflake. I like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Steven was a cannibal. You're right, Joker. I should do more members-only content, mate. You are right.
And being a superstar brings with it all the risk factors and vulnerabilities that fame and stardom can...
There's actually more members now as well. It's a good idea, mate.
...inflict on any individual.
Film is not about who you can or how much money you can steal. That's not what it's supposed to be about.
But in Hollywood, things don't always...
There you go. Okay. Whoever missed out last time, Steven just dropped another 50. Steven Seagal, who's just a legend, again, I don't know, but could it really be him? Or is it someone who's just dropping Seagal stuff? I don't know who you are. But let's hope anyone who missed out before, I hope you got one this time. There's 137 people here. So far, Steven Seagal's given out 100 memberships. I mean, what else can we say? The guy is just literally handing out memberships, which is going to have to obviously now make me do more membership content. So that's a fair point, Steven. Well done. Well done. Going to have to do some more members-only streams. I think we'll do a members-only stream once a week as well. So we might do a Sunday night stream, and then maybe we'll do a midweek members-only stream. And then even if you can't turn up, I'll just release it for members only. How's that? I'll do a special, maybe a Lawman episode or something. Dude, he just dropped another 50. There's not even enough people in here, Steven. That's 150. Steven, mate, you're a legend. Oh my God. Everyone needs to say thank you to Steven, because everyone should have one right now. Literally every person should have one, because there's only 139 people in here. And Steven Seagal has gifted 150 memberships. So I don't understand the mathematics behind it. You can't be getting 2 people, right? Like, everyone should be getting one. It just makes sense that everyone should have one. Does everyone have one? If they don't, I don't understand what's going on. You can't hate me, hate YouTube. But thanks Steven Seagal, because, he's dropping bombs like Platoon right now.
Work out the way they should. In 2003, Steven was hit hard. His ex-partner of more...
Baz Rutten members only stream. You mean get Baz on the show? If anyone has a hook up to Baz, I'd happily do it. Yeah, nice to see you too, Snowflake. It's hard to chat to everyone and try and watch the video and comment to you guys. I'm trying to watch the comments more than anything than actually watch the video, but obviously I don't know how to... I'm sure there's a way where I should be able to watch it on TV, on my screen, and talk to you guys through my laptop, but I don't know how to do that shit because I'm not tech savvy enough, but yeah. I don't have a star next to my name. I don't understand, mate. So I don't understand how everyone doesn't have a membership when he already just dropped 50, 50, 50, which means that everyone should have one. So how does everyone not have one? It makes no sense. Everyone should have one. Did some people get 2? Is that how it works? I don't understand. The numbers don't work out to me, and I'm a numbers man. But again, Seagal. Seagal. I wonder if that's actually Seagal. Do we think it's Seagal? What are we thinking, people? Sensei, if you're really there, just reach out to me somehow. Like, give me a sign, Sensei. If it's really you, Sensei Steven Seagal, give me a sign. Show me somehow that it's you. I don't know how. Write something. I mean, you've already dropped 150 memberships, so I can't ask for anything financially, but just a sign somehow that it's you. You know? Maybe send a helicopter to Thailand or something to pick me up. I don't know. Send me a sign, Sensei. Show me. Tell me. I'll be back in a second, legends.
Within 10 years, Jules Nasso talked to the mob about threatening Steven, allegedly over a business dispute. The FBI got the plot on tape. Nasso admitted to extortion conspiracy in federal court. He was sentenced to a year in prison in February of 2004.
People that I thought were my friends betrayed me and did terrible things to me and the people around me. I got caught in situations that made all of this very public. And as you know, people tend to thrive on scandals and bad news.
The tabloids had a field day. Steven has always been a target because of his exotic past and the intriguing myths that surrounded him, including possible connections to the CIA. They even hounded him during his marriage and divorce to actress Kelly LeBrock.
They can write whatever they want, and I mean whatever they want. And we have a judicial system where they can just get around any of that.
It hurts him deeply. It hurts him for his family, for his 6 kids. He deals with it because he's very spiritual.
In Buddhism, we say that one shouldn't swell up with pride when we're praised and things go wonderful, and we shouldn't shrink in humiliation when we are denigrated.
His friends wanted him to fight back, have press conferences, but that's not Steven's way.
Rather than me going on Larry King Live, which everybody wanted me to do, to tell everybody, you know, how I'd been vindicated and all this, I wanted to...
I don't even know what gifts are, nearly. So I don't know how I can enable them because I have no idea how to do it. I don't know what it means.
Just sort of leave that stuff alone and try to make people laugh. That was my way of saying there is a medicine for all poison.
Focusing his energies on another aspect of his career.
Notice his patented hands-on belly stance. He started this prior to when he had the full belly. So he had semi-belly right now, and he's starting it now. So he's true to his form. It is his fighting stance. He's ready to kill at any instant. See the ginger nut in the background? He could cop it at any point right now if he steps over the line.
This action hero decided to reveal his comedic abilities and have fun with his tough guy image.
I'd get people on the ground faster by making them laugh than I do with the martial arts, so I think I'm pretty funny.
I never really knew about his sense of humor until I met him, but he's always making jokes and he's always seeing the humorous side of pretty much every situation.
Commercial.
I mean, it's cute to see Big Papa laugh, but I think we've all seen enough. I mean, we've all probably seen the Saturday Night Live episode. I think we've seen enough Big Papa to know that he's not the greatest comedic genius. If he just let himself relax a bit, he would be. Maybe he hadn't. I don't know. We'll see. But
Steven just did a big campaign for Pepsi for their Mountain Dew commercial.
I just want to make sure this was a break.
There you go.
Oh, that's the thing. Sure.
By the way, the Mountain Dew commercial actually was pretty reasonable. He didn't write it, but it was a bit of a, yeah, he was kind of playing into how much he loves himself, which he would have loved to do anyway. Who will be kidding?
Action.
Steven Seagal is all about energy and intensity.
Cut. That's good.
In this spot, we have him in a kind of a fun little irreverent, unexpected twist that's perfect for the brand.
I bet you like an autograph, huh?
Whatever.
He can be funny from time to time, Kerberos, but only when he doesn't take himself too seriously. When he's, see, obviously you're a lot more humorous if you let yourself, if you're self-degrading. Yeah, like I don't mind giving shit to myself, you know, like because it's funnier if you can give shit to yourself. If you believe your own shit doesn't stink, Joker, mate, you're too good. You're a legend. You always chime in, mate, when you can. I appreciate it. Big Daddy laughs in all of our faces, mate, and he also gives us the energy to keep going forward and eating cookies. Yeah, if he lets himself just take himself not too seriously, then he'll actually be all right. But he doesn't allow himself to, you know, take a step back from his own shit thinking for a second.
Yeah, I can't believe it's me either.
The best thing about working with Steven is probably his sense of humor. You know what I mean? He's a funny dude. Keeps you going on the set.
I love to see Steven do the roles that Leslie Nielsen was doing 10 years ago. I mean, Steve.
Oh my God! Come on, man! Come on! What did that guy just says? I'd love to see Steven Seagal doing the roles that Leslie Nielsen was doing 10 years ago. Let's hear that again. Come on.
Keeps you going on the set.
I love to see Steven do the roles that Leslie Nielsen was doing 10 years ago. I mean, Steven, I think, is that funny. And
Who the fuck is this guy saying that Steven Seagal could do the same roles as fucking Leslie Nielsen? Yeah, you're a champion, Joker. Joker's always a legend, guys. I mean, like I said, there's a certain group of people, and there's growing quite larger and larger that are constantly always contributing, whether it be comments. Joker's always throwing in comments and support and likes, as well as throwing in donations, and I appreciate it. I don't expect everyone to do that. Some people can, some people can't, so it's not a competition. But thank you very much to everyone who comments and, you know, supports the channel. That's all that really fucking matters. The Seagalism wouldn't be anything without you guys. Look at the facial on the screen right now. It's perfect for this moment where I'm thanking you all. Look at that face. That is the man that we need to bring to the masses. People need to appreciate. Look at him. Look at him. He towers over those little Asian men.
But actually have that kind of a career, while also maintaining his action career.
Yeah, Monk. I don't make the rules, bro. Like honestly, I don't know what's going on either, Monk. He's handed out 150 memberships, and it looks like they're not full though. I don't understand. Like there's a bar on them on my screen, and they're 3/4 full. But yeah, I don't understand, man. It's got nothing to do with me. He gave 150. I don't control the memberships. It just automatically assigns them. So, yeah. But on my screen, it's got like a 50 and then a green bar, but it's not full. It's like 3/4 full. So I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if any of you guys are more tech savvy. Do I have to do something to allow the memberships or some shit? If there is, let me know. I don't know. But mathematically, there's been less than 150 people here the whole time, and Steven Seagal, God bless his soul, sounds weird saying that, has gifted 150. So we should write the teachings of Seagal one day, Joker. That's not a bad idea, mate. We'll do the teachings of Seagal. That'll be fucking hilarious. I actually will do a video on his book. I ordered it on Amazon. I'm not sure when it's coming. I've read excerpts of it online. but he did write a book about shadow governments and things like that. So we'll do a video on, we'll do a series of videos on them. Do I have to click and allow? Are you talking to me, MK Hemin? Do I have to do something? Okay, so I don't have to do it because again, it's got nothing to do with me. It's up to him. But yeah. Anyway, we've got about 5 minutes left. We'll do this, and then if you guys want to watch it, I mean, how long are we going for? 2.5 hours. I'm happy to keep going. It's up to you guys. In the meantime, we'll finish this off and then see what you guys want to watch after this. I've got a few ideas, but if you guys have any suggestions, let me know. I'm happy to watch something. We can watch the latest Space Ice together. Can I do that without getting a copy strike? I'm not sure.
I mean, as an actor, I think if you hold on to one image, you're not...
Chad Morrison, this will be posted, mate. Once the upload's, like the live's done, I usually just upload the thingo. I upload the video at some point, so you can catch it at some point, mate.
Really sort of...
I have to approve the memberships. How do I approve the memberships? Jokes. What do I do, mate? It says Steven Seagal 50. How do I approve it? It doesn't ask me anything. I have to approve the memberships. How the fuck do I approve the memberships? Hold on, I'm gonna try to approve the memberships. I don't know how to do that shit. View my channel. Community. Let's go here. Alright, I'll go to the live. How do I... Okay, I can't do anything. It just says gifted. 50. I can't... How do I... Yeah, I can't do shit. I tap on the gift. You guys can see what I'm doing here. If I tap on the gift, I can't do anything with it. It doesn't let me do shit. I tap on this gift, same thing. If I click on the corner, it just says, yeah. I didn't approve anything. It just automatically just starts sending them out. As soon as he gifts them, it just starts sending shit out. I don't do fucking nothing. So I'm not sure what the hell YouTube does. I did click on the gift icon. Nothing happens, man. Nothing happens. I can't do shit. Maybe users need to do again. I don't know. But when he gifted them before, it started saying blah 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 has a membership, blah 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 has a membership, and then it stopped saying that. But if you look at it purely from a numbers point of view, not enough people have got memberships considering how many people there are in here. So I'm not sure, but.
Stands his boundaries. It's doubtful Steven's ever going to let a bad guy get off with just a joke. Steven and his crew had 6 long weeks of filming in Japan and Thailand, and the end is finally in sight. Any movie is a lot of work, but action films are much more demanding.
This was his Matrix/Blade era. If I'm not mistaken, I think he would have done Against the Dark, which was when he was killing vampires and shit. So I'm guessing at some point he also, he went through his little, I call it the diabetic blade phase, where he was wearing, and Matrix phase, as someone said rightly in the comments, but...
You're getting tired, aren't you? When you come around over my shoulder, you'll be able to see that he's going like this with his sword, but for this it doesn't matter. You just want to get me.
Right. Right again, right away.
Being a Buddhist.
Old Minky's cozying up to Seagal.
Steven handles the stress of filming with a little help from prayer.
You wake up in the morning, you do your meditation and your prayers, and you ask Lord Buddha to get you through the day, because there's a lot of work.
This is the final scene in the climax of the film, where Steven's facing his anti-hero, the character named Kuroda. And it's the final sword battle between the two, kind of showing, and it's basically going to show the audience the skill.
Is anti-hero a way of saying villain? Is that just some pompous fucking new age mink director way of saying villain? Or, and why isn't usually the good guy in white and the black guy in black? I don't know.
Both players, and ultimately I think we know who's going to win.
Is that racist? I meant more about darkness and light in terms of, like, you know, usually the evil guys wear black.
But it's going to be a great scene.
Hey! And hey!
What the fuck was that? What the hell was that shit? He's just waving. It's like the Star Wars kid who's just waving a stick around.
Hey!
Hey!
This guy has killed my fiance, and
What's the bet that his fiance was smoking hot? I mean, I can't remember because again I watched this a long time ago. But we'll do a review on Into the Sun. And what's the bet that his girlfriend was smoking hot, or his wife, or whatever the hell it was?
found him. I'm gonna punish him for it. See you in hell. I think the thing that I like best is writing. I like producing and directing a little bit. The thing I like least is acting. You know, I don't really love being in front of the camera too much, but I like to have my imperature on everything I can to try to protect the quality and the dignity and the heart of the piece, you know.
When he finishes this film, Steven's off to Bulgaria to start another action adventure. 6 months later...
You notice when he shook that girl's hand, look how smitten she was.
In the heart of the piece.
She was smitten. She didn't want to let go of his hand.
When he finishes this film, Steven's off to Bulgaria to start another action adventure. 6 months later, there's a third movie, already in production. Recently, he had a very funny role in a movie based on the internet comedy.
Let's just check out the cranial covering, yeah?
Let's
look at it right there. I don't know if you guys can see I don't know how it works, but there's two different distinct tones in that. If you look, there's a darker tone in the half of the hair closer to his head, on the forehead, and then there's a lighter tone. And then there's the whole above the ear area. There's three tones. Tell me I'm not crazy. There's three tones, yeah? Yeah, it's...
He
three tones.
Had a very funny role.
Right there again. I'm sensing multiple tones.
Role in a movie based on the internet comedy magazine The Onion. But we can't reveal the plot, or somebody might get hurt.
You want me to do something else? I could use a chopstick.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
A man as talented as he is, I think could do most anything that he decides he wants to do.
He really does want people to like him. He really is caring. He really does want to have the best for people. I know that that's not the image, but that's the man.
Whatever.
You know what's amusing about this is these guys, again, when people have interviews, it's amazing that what they say is almost contradictory to everything else that comes out. Now, depending on who you want to believe, obviously, but from what we've heard previously, he's not the nicest man to work with. He's not the funniest man and the most jovial man to be around. But hey, maybe everyone else was lying, and just this documentary, specifically, captured all the people that were telling the truth.
Trials Steven's been through for more than 25 years. At heart, this is a man who loves telling stories and making movies.
I find it exhilarating to see a movie that's been done well in the end when it's really...
Steven Seagal is Anakin Walker's real father. I had to laugh at that. I mean,
Finished. That's exhilarating.
I'm not really attached to any image, and therefore I don't like, people sort of look at me in one light. I'm multidimensional, as all humans are, and I would like to just be able to be regarded as somebody who is here to try to make the world as a better place, because that's why I'm here.
125 Charlie, take 3. Hey. Governor! See you in hell.
A little bit too violent for me. When the girls start to strut, you could look at their butt, you shouldn't do that. Because this is just a pity, not just there to cut.
wow, I mean, that was a pretty awesome documentary. I don't know about you guys, but yeah. See, again, that was an official documentary in 2004, right? He did Roadhouse. The Glimmer Man, is that the one you guys are talking about with Space Ice? So what do we want to watch next? For those of you that are still around anyway, fuck it, we're still here. Let's keep it going. It's 1:30 a.m. where I am, but I don't know where the rest of you guys are. We can either do a Space Ice. I've got another documentary from like a few years ago of Doc Seagal, but it's like a... You know what's funny? If I type in Steven Seagal in fucking YouTube, right? Steven Seagal, and I go to recently uploaded, there's a lot of shit about Steven Seagal that comes out regularly. Like, Steven Seagal teaches Alex Barrow how to finish a fight. What really happened to Steven Seagal? Steven Seagal takes me to the bank. That's kind of funny. Hard to kill cast. Steven Seagal, I don't know what all this shit is. Oh, look at that guy. That's me. Oh, look at that guy. I wonder what happens if I go into incognito mode and type in Steven Seagal. Alright, let's type in Steven Seagal with no prior history and see if I come up anywhere in the search for Steven Seagals. So to start off with, you get this guy we watched last week actually, which was a good documentary. He's done quite well, 1.4 million in 2 weeks. Obviously Sunny V2, his documentary is up there. Jason Brand, he gets a mention. Some dudes with some videos about Seagal. Bunch of Seagal stuff. There I am, that's my first video. Up to 1.7 million views now, that's a nice one. That's from a while ago. That's me, and that's pretty much the only one I've got in the top section. There's Seagal's real account, by the way. I do believe that's actually him, 36.4. He's got a little bit more subscribers than I do, which is quite interesting. So, if you type in Steven Seagal, not a lot comes up with me. I get one video in the top whatever, right? Which is, considering my whole channel is kind of based around him. Now, if you type in Sensei Seagal, then I'm everywhere, obviously. So, if people ever type in Sensei Seagal, I'll come up, I believe. My channel comes up. Look like the current watch party's coming up. That's kind of funny. That's on there. That's cute. So, I do alright if someone types in Sensei Seagal. If someone types in Steven Seagal, I don't do so well. So that's the reality of shit. But there's a lot of Steven Seagal stuff coming out still, even now. Steven Seagal gone woke. I don't know about that. Steven Seagal's old school. So yeah, there's a lot of Steven Seagal shit. Robert, thanks for joining us, brother. Take it easy. Sunny. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I love that show. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't know how many of you guys have watched that show. This is a little bit off topic from Seagal, but Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a show that not many people know about. I'll tell you what, for the not just to cover you, yeah, thanks, Drewmanism. Thanks, mate. I'll tell you another sleeper show that many people might not know about. I'm guessing a lot of people of you probably never heard about. It's a cartoon. For the 114 people that are here who have got quirky personalities, Kilgore Trout, nice to see you, mate. Look up the series, The Life and Times of Tim. It's an animated series. I'll give you a little hidden tip right now. It's only had 3 seasons and it went off the air, and it takes a while to warm to the characters. But boy, I'll tell you right now, if you've got a bit of a different sense of humor, I think you might like The Life and Times of Tim. But yeah, fucking Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Mac and his ocular pat downs, Dennis and his, it's the implication on the boat. It's a great show, hilarious show. I recommend it to a lot of people. Frank's Little Beauties, that was a great episode, Joker. When he's coming with the broken nose and shit, fucking hilarious. It's a great show. Actually, thinking about it now makes me want to laugh. But yeah, The Life and Times of Tim. It's out of left field, yeah. It's a sleeper. It's a sleeper. You might like it, you might not, but it's something that you might love. Hello, Neely. I'm the trash man. I throw trash all over the ring and then I start eating garbage. Yeah, it's a great thing. Alright, let's go back to the Space Ice. Anyway. Everyone's giving me specific videos. Alright, what are we liking? You don't like the latest one? There's the latest one. I haven't seen the latest one yet, so I'm happy to watch the latest one. If y'all haven't seen it. I've seen Eastbound and Down before. Definitely. I haven't seen every episode, but I've seen it. What else y'all got up your sleeves? Community, I've seen. Talk about Awesome Community. I thought you were talking about us. Alright. Emma Wheeler, thank you for joining. I always love it when female Seagalians join. For some reason, I have high respect for the women that join this absurd stream and follow this absurd channel. I find that you guys rock, because it's expected that idiot men will be joining it, but for you guys to join, I don't know, I just respect you more. And yeah, I just find you guys more awesome. So thank you to the ladies that join. Emma, have a rockin' week, and I'll see you next time. Alright, I'm going to go with Glimmer Man, because I haven't seen it. Does anyone have a specific episode they want to watch before we jump into Glimmer Man? See you, legend. Alright, I'm going with Glimmer Man until someone tells me a better fucking...
The Glimmer Man is the Steven Seagal.
By the way, for anyone watching, I did reach out to Space Ice and ask him if he wants to do a collaboration, yeah? And his response to me was, not necessarily negative, but not necessarily positive either. He said to me, look, sounds good if he's got time. He doesn't know when that will be. So I feel like he was just gently letting me down. And I was honest in my email. I said to him, look, mate, I'd love to do a collaboration. A lot of my community is probably overlapping with your community. A lot of people like what you do. A lot of people think we have kind of very similar taste with Bagging Seagal, and they always say we should do a collaboration. I think we should. And I said to him, hey, I understand that it's probably more beneficial for me because you have 10 times my subscribers. But I think it would be something that would be beneficial to both of us. And unfortunately, at this point, he said he's busy. And you know what I mean? Like I said, I can't hate on the guy. He's doing what he's doing. He's a bigger channel than I am. If someone with 2,000 subscribers reached out to me, would I do it? Maybe, maybe not. Depends if I liked them or not. If I liked their content. If I thought their content was funny, I'd probably do it. Definitely, actually. I'd probably definitely do it if I liked their content and I thought it was like mine. But maybe he thinks that mine's a little bit different to his and not worth doing. So I can't hate on the guy for it, yeah? Oh, no, we've got different styles. Again, he does what he does, I do what I do. I can't be angry at the dude for saying that he might not... Again, I've got 36,000 subs. He's got 350-odd thousand, yeah? The exposure that I'd get on his channel would be phenomenal. Assuming people would like my humour on his channel. But at the same time, I also understand that why would he want to do that? Why would he want to take that risk? Maybe people wouldn't like my stuff on his channel and he might lose people. So I get it, you know? But hopefully one day I'll get a surprise email from him saying, hey, let's fucking do it.
Mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world that he's not crazy or stupid.
I love you too.
He's crazy and stupid.
Now get your ugly white ass out of here.
It starts off with a quick message for the audience.
How are you, Neely? Thanks for the membership, mate.
Now go fuck yourself, cause here comes 90 minutes of nonsense. Seagal's a lieutenant who's also new to the department and partners with a detective.
I'm Lieutenant Cole, been assigned to the case.
Fuck it, okay.
We call this guy the family man. He's killed 6 families in the last 8 months.
He sees you read his file, but he's up to 8 now.
Hey, Jim. I just found 2 more.
Finally, he...
So I've noticed that with his editing, he does a lot of... It's all about his commentary, which is fair enough, so that's what mine's kind of about. But he does a lot of editing more so. So I've got longer clips in mine, which I've got to start shortening when I do movies and bastards that copyright the shit out of you. I've got to start getting more and more shorter clips and cutting them shorter and not stretching them out. What I try to do now is I try and get a clip and then stretch out the time so it goes slow motion and then zoom in. But sometimes that's not enough. I don't know how that's not altering a fucking clip. There's no audio. I've stretched it out so it's in slow motion and I'm zooming in progressively as it's playing with my commentary over the top and I still get copyright flagged. Like, what the fuck, honestly? It's like some of these, especially, I got copyright flagged today. I'll show you right now, actually. For this video, where are we fucking? Look at this. This is all I've tried to upload tonight for those of you that missed it. I've tried to upload a video that we watched earlier. This is how many times I got flagged. The details of who's flagging me, it's not even a company, it's just killing Salazar. First of all, the movie's called Cartels, and I'm being flagged by VVS Films, NDN, Dutch Filmworks, BV, Ultra Entertainment, and Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Canada, India, Maldives. I can't watch it there. But I also can't monetize the video, even though, so it's just ass raping me because of some stupid bullshit goddamn freaking rule that makes no sense. Anyway. So I've got to learn to edit like this guy.
Thought you never would. After showing off his handiwork and sick finger paintings, the day goes from good to great when they get amazing news.
Possible suicide at the St. Edmund's School.
This is the kind of shit Seagal lives for.
No, see, that's suicide. We're homicide.
So they make a deal that if he gets him there quick, he'll make sure there's plenty of homicides.
I'm going.
When they get there, Seagal shows off his brilliance with a cunning plan.
Johnny, I want you to step over to the window and look at me.
But it was just a trick, and he's not actually hovering in front of a third-story window. Now,
unsurprisingly, Seagal's waiting in the room with schoolgirls. Waiting for the schoolgirls. He's not interested in the guy with the gun. He's there for the girls. Let's be real.
he's confused as shit at what the point of that was. So Seagal tells him, we're only 7 minutes in. Get fucking used to it.
I don't want to shoot you and you don't want to be dead.
One of those is a lie, but which one it is flips when he sees he's not suicidal. He's here to terrorize women and children and make this one crazy bitch really happy. So Seagal digs deep and gives a master class in emotion.
Sorry, Johnny. Put the gun down.
Seagal tells him he wants to help him because he reminds him of a young him. He was already going through some shit That was not cool. With no time or ability to think, he pulls out a trick he hasn't used since his tummy gummy days by bouncing here and there and everywhere.
Here and there and everywhere. I don't know if anyone remembers that gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. So that tells me this guy is roughly in our age group as well, obviously. But that's a fucking great line. Not everyone's going to get that line, and that for some reason makes me laugh because my sister used to watch the fucking gummy bears. But I'm going to watch it again.
He pulls out a trick he hasn't used since his tummy gummy days by bouncing here and there and everywhere. Now,
See, it's the subtle things this guy does. Not only just his voice, but it's the subtle little humor that he does that makes it interesting. It makes it humorous, you know. Other than Seagal.
Dad shows up to thank him like a total dick.
I'd just like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
The fucking nerve! After that hurtful experience, Seagal goes to the one place that always cheers him up. And he already feels so much better. They tell him for the last time it's not a strip club, but he's not fazed.
Glowing, mate. Thanks for coming, brother. I appreciate your support and all the comments.
And interstitial fibrosis.
Okay, enough of that boring shit.
She got nice tits.
Precisely.
So he does the normal thing of cutting into her boobs. And oh my god, this is so much easier when they're not screaming.
I mean, that's kind of fucked up and funny as fuck at the same time. Let's listen to that again.
The normal thing of cutting into her boobs. And oh my god, this is so much easier when they're not screaming.
Okay.
Now that Seagal has another souvenir, he can get back to whatever it is he thinks cops do. Luckily, his partner doesn't have to see what that is.
That's because you lose.
I don't know, Super Plague Bunny Productions. Nothing came up, so I don't know. What's your message, Snowflake? Hide a watermark. What does that mean, hide a watermark, so it looks around the same to the looks and sounds the same to... What the fuck's that mean? I need to hide a watermark in the scenes so it looks and sounds the same to the naked eye. Elena?
Lose your job if you did.
When they come across these guys who are being super suspicious by breaking into a car that doesn't have any women or children in it.
I'm confused.
He always is, but oh thank God it was just an ambush.
What do you want?
You dead.
Yeah, so does everyone. Take a fucking number.
Whoa. How dare they speak so ill of Big Daddy for starters. That's inappropriate.
But oh thank God it was just an ambush.
What do you want?
You dead.
Yeah, so does everyone. Take a...
I don't know, I like your Space Ice, but how dare you say that about Big Daddy? Not everyone wants him dead.
A fucking number.
Yeah, Kilgore, mate, we're going alright, brother. Still alive, still kicking on, my man.
Seagal tells them he has a secret, but will only tell them if they all bunch up and get really close.
What does that mean?
It means slappity slap. Slap and Steven unleashes a barrage on these poor sons of bitches. And the world of slap dancing will never be the same again. His partner sums it up the only way you can.
Like Bruce Lee, only better.
The next day.
It is two black cops. Well, one real black cop and one wannabe black cop in Ken and Ivory Wayans. Obviously, one of them's real, Seagal. One of them's not.
Partner sums it up. Will never be sons of bitches.
But the slap dancing, the editing is fucking brilliant.
And the world of slap dancing will never be the same again. His partner sums it up the only way you can.
Like Bruce Lee, only better.
The next day, something terrible
like Bruce Lee, only better. So that's what I mean when you got some lines in there.
Happens. That was his ex. He had dibs. How could someone do this? But there is a silver lining.
I gotta go tell my kids that their mother's dead.
He means gets to. Oh yeah, now that's the good stuff. But all their crying really worked up an appetite. So excuse me, sir. Fuck you. And fuck you too. Then it's just a matter of kicking a businessman in the nuts, stealing some food,
Get kind of cranky.
performing a magic trick,
Good to see you, buddy.
maybe a little sumo, with a dick grab, you know, normal shit.
Again, this is why this guy's got 10 times as many subs as me. I know, a different style, but he's funny, yeah? Like, he'd appeal to a wider audience. This is just fucking funny. He's funny, what can you say? The guy's funny.
Fuck you too. Then it's just a matter of kicking a businessman in the nuts, stealing some food,
Get kind of cranky.
performing a magic trick,
Good to see you, buddy.
maybe a little sumo, with a dick grab, you know, normal shit. Since they don't seem to know they're supposed to be investigating something, and Seagal is just going on a rampage.
Oh yeah, I can put a watermark on my videos. I've done that before. A lot of my videos from the Google backend, the Creator Studio, I can put a watermark on it. But it's usually not enough to avoid copyright though.
The movie finally moves this shit along by just having a lady call
I think I know who you're looking for.
and tell them who the
Olivia, thank you very much, but obviously comedy is very subjective. I mean, some people think Joe Rogan stand-up is funny, for God's sake, so... but yeah, though I love that a female Seagalian says that, thank you. Again, always more respect when a female Seagalian says it.
they're after.
Christopher Maynard.
Which is nice, but how about you get off your ass and get them some evidence? So Mrs. Doubtfire tells him this ain't her first fucking day, so take these realistic photos and eat shit. That's as airtight as it gets, but Seagal gets to him first and tells him to watch out for that first step. It's a doozy. He asks Seagal how he got to the killer so fast, so Seagal tells him what killer. Now he's up for his yearly polygraph, and these are all standard questions.
Did you kill your ex-wife?
Yes.
Did you shoot Christopher Maynard?
You know he doesn't remember names, but yeah, probably.
Was it in self-defense?
No.
Yeah, probably.
See how he's playing with his little stress beads or Buddhist beads, whatever you call it. This was during the era where he didn't want to hit people on screen. So that the guy that he shot before, the bald guy, I can't remember his name, Stanley Tobolowsky or something. He was saying how Seagal was acting strange during these sets, and he wanted to rewrite things so he didn't hurt people and didn't kill them, because he went through his little spiritual phase where he didn't want to kill because it's not as against his religion and his belief. So, see you, Max.
Was it in self-defense?
No.
Are you Detective Jack Cole?
I don't think that's pertinent to this investigation.
He doesn't have to stand for this. In fact, he refuses to stand for everything, so fuck you guys, he's out. Now, he's breaking into the...
I thought he was going to make a joke about him not actually standing at all and just sitting in chairs. That's what I thought he was going with that, which would have been just as hilarious, to be honest with you, but...
home of the dead couple who were staying at a shitty motel despite owning their own house.
I'll check it out, Snowflake. I'll check it out.
When, son of a bitch, someone else breaks in at the exact same time. Then while Seagal's pretending like he can read, he attacks. Which was a close one, because if he had connected with a weapon like that, it could have been slightly annoying. So Seagal beats on his nuts for a while, and then he runs away. Right to the asshole from earlier. and tells him about Seagal.
What was he doing there?
Thanks again, Elise. You're a legend. You're too good. I think that's the second time you've chucked in a super thanks. So thank you very much, Elise. Bless you. As Joker said, bless you. I love the joke about. Again, he's right. Smashing the guy in the nuts.
Beats on his nuts for a while.
Repeatedly. That's such a Seagal move.
And then he runs away. Right to the asshole from earlier. And tells him about Seagal.
What was he doing there?
Mostly just pretending to read and fighting birds. You know, Seagal things.
You should have gone through that house days ago.
There was already police tape up, so he thought he did. It's not his fault. This movie's continuity is non-existent.
I hope not, for your sake.
Realizing you can say whatever is non-existent.
I hope not.
Okay, so for anyone who may realize, I don't know if you guys, again, are roughly my age, that's the dude from Demolition Man. I'm pretty sure that was like Dr. fucking... Was that Dr... No, that wasn't him. Who is this dude? Why do I know this motherfucker? He was someone in something, like a nerdy boss guy. Don't know why I know him. He wasn't from Demolition Man. I was wrong. Scrap that. I'm completely wrong about that. I'm too many drinks into the night right now. I'm about half a litre of fucking Thai rum and a few herbal cigarettes into the night. This guy was in something. I can't remember what. I don't think it was Demolition Man, but it was something similar-ish. No, he was the cop in Demolition Man. The head cop, maybe? No? Or someone? Help me out here, people. Who's this dude? Thank you, Elise. You're too good. I appreciate it, honestly. Again, those of you that do, I appreciate it phenomenally. I'll never, like I said, I'll never ask anybody to do anything, but you do yourselves. It is appreciated. As the Thai people say, kop kun kap. Wasn't he in Ace? Yes, he was in Ace Ventura. You're right about that. What else we got? He is from Demolition Man. Who was he in Demolition Man? Nah, not Philadelphia. Not Shawshank. Shawshank I remember him from, but that's not what I'm thinking of him from. So he was the police chief in Demolition Man. Okay, no. I was thinking about, okay, Demolition Man. Alright, done. Sweet. I'm crossing movies, Warden in... Okay, yeah, sweet. Thanks, guys. See, this is why having a fucking group of people that you can ask shit helps sometimes.
Not. For your sake.
Realizing you can say whatever incoherent bullshit you want and nobody will stop you because they just want to get the fuck out of there, Brian Cox starts rambling nonsense.
To the people he hunted, he was known as the Glimmer Man. There'd be nothing but jungle, then a glimmer, then you'd be dead.
He asks how the dead people told him this, but fuck off, he's on a roll.
Why isn't he still with you?
One native on us made up his own assignments.
Now that sounds like him. Then he gives him a brain teaser.
2 cops, you and the boy.
See you, J-Dawes.
3 of you have to go. You can choose which 3.
He goes with him, the boy, and 1 cop, but fuck you. He ain't telling you which one. And just when you think things are getting a little weird, you get to picture them playing in the pool together.
Come on in. The water's fine.
And everything's normal again. Then his apartment explodes. Now, Seagal's arrested.
We have a warrant for your arrest.
They never say why, and he never asks, but there's so many valid reasons, and he's probably gonna kill them anyways. It's LA. There's a lot of potholes, and he swears these were all on accident, but Seagal's being a total dick about it. And while Seagal...
Nah, that's not Rip Torn. Rip Torn's the guy from a lot of movies, but you've known him from MIB. That was the guy from Super Troopers. Next person to say shenanigans again gets pistol whipped. Super Troopers, by the way, made me laugh. It was a shit movie, but it was a great movie in so many ways. Okay, meow.
pistol whips the fuck out of them for like 25 minutes. Hats off to
Yeah, Danny, I just said that, brother.
the driver who refuses to ease off the gas even just a little. Now they're barreling down the road at a high rate of speed that's increasing fast, and Seagal has mere minutes to react and manages to roly-poly his way to safety. Just when you think this can't get any dumber, you remember who you're watching and that it always can.
By the way, I've got that running scene. That running scene ties into the running scene with Keith David, where Seagal's literally fucking skipping along like this. Those two run into each other. So this is obviously, yeah, Glimmer Man's where this one's from, but the other one's from, I can't remember what movie with Keith David, but I think it's the one with where he breaks that fucking screw face. Anyway, you guys will tell me.
You remember who you're watching and that it always can. He chicken runs all the way here so he can ask how his Seagaling is going.
Some bad shit from Russia.
So far so good, and here's a neat trick. Shit, he thought you were a nun, but whatever, you get the point. Now it's your turn. Count to 30 and then check on him.
Yes, of course.
And there's a dead body back there. Someone should probably do something. Now that we got the shocking reveal that the Russians are involved, which I thought we knew back then, he does the normal thing of shooting Brian Cox with inverted bullets or some shit, where he fires and then aims. But you can't argue with results. And they find out it's all about money.
To get rich, why else?
Which we also knew back then.
Because the pay is so good.
But fuck it, now that we know twice, he and the Russians are never seen or mentioned again. Now that they've hit the sweet spot of convoluted mess that falls apart if you think about any of it, while also being so fucking stupid that nobody ever will.
I'm gonna go suck on some deer penis, I'll be alright.
They can start wrapping this shit up by having everyone just start shooting everyone.
Positively Shakespearean.
They can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, but just to be safe, fuck him first. Seagal is fucking livid that someone would compare his genius to a hack like Shakespeare. Then his partner points out that this door didn't have a D on it a few seconds ago, and Seagal quickly changes the subject.
I'm stupid.
Their superior...
Did he just say he's stupid or he's not stupid?
He changes the subject.
I'm stupid.
Their superior numbers are no match for his tactical back into a corner maneuver, combined with his legendary just standing there elusiveness. Everyone in there's dead, but Seagal still has bullets left, so they're going hunting.
Where do you live? Around the corner. Well, get your ass around the corner.
Seagal will be by shortly. He's gonna love this. Then he's on the roof for some fucking...
Oh, I missed that. What's he gonna love?
Everyone in there's dead, but Seagal still has bullets left, so they're going hunting.
Where do you live? Around the corner. Well, get your ass around the corner.
Seagal will be by shortly. He's gonna love this. Then he's on the roof for some fucking reason, and oh my god, what's with you and apartments?
Out here!
Luckily, Seagal has all his rappelling gear, because who fucking cares at this point? Now that pointless shit is done, Seagal shines his hair real quick and heads down. Now, if he can just make it past this guy breathing super loudly and pretending to read a newspaper, he'll be home free. Holy shit, it was Seagal the whole time. Then it's just a double slap, tap, tap, slap, slap, tap, slap, tap, and a woman.
His commentary's alright. It's his voice too, though. It's great. I wonder what this guy sounds like in real life. What do you reckon he sounds like in real life, though? I'm assuming that his voice doesn't sound like this when he talks to people on the telephone. Hi, what's going on? I wonder what his voice sounds like. Yeah, I'd be very curious to know. And I thought he would have made a joke about something about those two laying on top of each other. I thought that was a great opportunity for Seagal to talk about how he's, you know, even here, where he's
has all his repelling gear.
And he wants to get close to the black community and just show he's one of them by, you know, getting close to them.
Because who fucking cares at this point? Now that pointless shit is done, Seagal shines his hair real quick and heads down. Now, if he can just make it past this guy breathing super loudly and pretending to read a newspaper, he'll be home free. Holy shit, it was Seagal the whole time. Then it's just a double slap, tap, tap, slap, slap, tap, slap, tap, and a woman chasing him up the stairs. Then they do this for a while because it's supposed to increase the thrill until one of them has some self-respect and ends this utter embarrassment. But it's Seagal, and he always has to end on a low note.
Yeah, see, again, it's great because he basically just makes up his own movie, right? Which I've never actually thought of doing. I generally just comment about smart-ass shit making fun of Seagal, right? But I've never actually thought about... Sometimes I do just make up shit that's irrelevant to the story. Like, if you watch one of my reviews, I'm pretty sure for the most part, none of you would have any... Like, people wouldn't have any fucking idea what the movie's about, other than something to do with cookies, snatching birthdays, young girl trim, Seagal being sleaze, beating up stuntmen, you know, the usual kind of stuff. But none of it's really so much about the movie. I gave a bit of a brief outline about the movie, but it's really all about Seagal. And I'm glad that Space Ice respects that too, to the point where he just makes up his own storyline, which is great.
Favorite, tell my wife I'm...
Olivia, thank you very much. Again, the Seagalian ladies, they're just out representing tonight. First of all, I don't remember seeing so many female Seagalians in the comments. But the Seagalian ladies tonight have just been throwing out there. They've been making it rain tonight, the Seagalian women. Elise, Olivia, thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate it. It's good to know there's not just the Seagalian blokes out there wanting to spread this to the world. Oh, there's only 18 seconds left.
Alive and well.
Fuck you! She suffered enough!
Alright, you know what I thought we might do now? I'm going to watch one more video, because it's 5, what time is it where I am? It's 2:15, so we'll smash it, we'll see how we go. But what I want to do now is I thought we might watch my very, very first video. You okay, baby? Who's calling in this time? Who's calling time? I thought we might watch my very, 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 very first video, where it all began, a long time ago. Roadhouse. Yeah, Roadhouse will come up next. Actually, that's a good idea. I do want to watch his review. I would actually like to see his review of the new Roadhouse with Conor McGregor, but I'm guessing he won't do that for a while. But I thought we'd watch again the very, 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 very first video I did, which would be this one here. This is when it was raw. Patrick Garvey. We watched Patrick Garvey last week, my man. You missed it. I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I think it was the first week. Week number 1. Yeah, go for a smoke, Joker. Go for it, mate. We're going to have a bit of a chat anyway, so you're not going to miss too much. Well, you might, but... Give me my cookies. I was thinking, yeah, this is where it all started. Back in the day, October 5th, 2022, which is what, a year and a bit ago now. I don't really count anything until about a year ago as being reasonable, but yeah, this is about as raw as it's gonna get. I'm guessing a lot of you probably haven't seen this shit, but yeah, we'll see how we go. Yeah, let's check it out.
Steven Seagal is the kind of guy you wish you could be.
Oh, damn, the volume's like really low.
If Hitler were alive today, Seagal would be held up as the ultimate specimen. And I know what you're thinking.
You found a Steven Seagal?
Can you guys hear that? The audio was horrible back in the day.
Go?
Of course I'm a fan. Show me one sane person that isn't. There are 3 things that make up all my...
Alright, I need to know if you guys can actually hear that shit or not before I keep going, because that might just be a waste of time. It was really, it's really faint, and I've got it maxed out, the volume on this shit, so... So you can hear it. It's loud enough to hear. Alright, sweet.
Every Seagal movie. Oscar quality factors. 1. Sitting down or driving whenever, wherever possible. 2. Insisting he does all of his own stunts with no doubles and perfectly choreographed action scenes.
By the way, it feels weird. This is literally the first video I made about Seagal, by the way. So it's fucking... It's very weird listening to this shit. It feels like listening to a different person talking about it, but... Again, this is where it all began.
3. Young, hot women who generally need his help and are helpless to the law of his hot rod.
Besides, you've got so much to live for. Please wake up.
I mean, one of the things that just baffles me the most is the whole Kelly LeBrock thing. I mean, she was stunning back in the day. I mean, I don't know. Again, most of the people are my age. It's just very strange. I know he was famous and Hollywood works like that, but I just can't understand it.
Besides, you've got so much to live for. Please wake up.
And balls.
You've got balls. Well, thank you for noticing that. My girl here, she knows.
Some of these clips, this is the end of a gun. Some of these clips like that we saw tonight in the latest video, that goes back a year. I've had this clip of the balls because obviously it was an interesting line, and I thought it might be useful for future reference. Yeah. So over a year ago, a year and a half ago now, almost, I first picked up this line, saved it as a file, and now a year and a half later, I still used it.
That for a fact. The man can also cut up a rug in a way that left me spellbound. I defy any of you to tell me that this doesn't bring a tear to your eye. It's like watching nature's greatest ballet, hypnotic. I think we can all take something away from watching this.
I see the little plus sign there
Hypnotic.
in the background. That's okay, baby.
I think we can all take something away from watching this.
And obviously the infamous dancing scene.
In End of a Gun, Steven Seagal was robbed of an Oscar. You're about to find out why. As you'd expect from a highbrow Stevie flick, the opening scene shows hot ladies dancing and Seagal driving around places. It's 2 ticks in the first 20 seconds. Setting the tone for quality, he delivers clear and coherent dialogue that Shakespeare could only dream of creating.
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I was writing shit back then, but in typical Seagal fashion, by the way, every movie does have him in a strip club, and he does a lot of driving in a lot of movies, or sitting really. He doesn't drive so much in the later movies. He did in the earlier ones, but not so much anymore. In the mid era, not so much anymore though.
That's me and Michael Decker. Ex-Pat, a lot of things, but none of them for the reasons you might think.
Coincidentally, at the very time Seagal happens to arrive, an attractive young female is in a spot of bother. Her boyfriend is about to beat the fake nose off her face. Lucky for her, Seagal is here to teach this guy some manners, and shoots him in the face.
Hell yeah!
Lesson learned, bitch.
It's funny how rough my editing was back then.
Shoots him in the face.
Hell yeah!
If you look there, the plus sign, the play sign from the fucking clip is still in there. I didn't edit it out because I was still raw to editing. Hey, it's a learning process, yeah? You gotta learn shit. even now I'm still learning. I mean, there's levels to this shit. I'll tell you what, there is levels to this shit. And this was level fucking 0 when I first started.
Lesson learned, bitch. Cops arrive, and one of them is Steven's old mate from the army or somewhere. Small world, innit? Back at the station, the copper tries to get Stevie to sign a statement, but Seagal will be like, nah, mate, let me talk to the witness to check we agree. Because that is absolutely a thing that happens. You just need to ask.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
During the interview.
So back in the day, I was really heavy on the fucking random clips. Whereas now I just try and keep them to Seagal clips. Whereas before I had external clips coming in a lot that weren't necessarily Seagal related. Danny, I use Premiere Pro, mate. I use Premiere Pro, a special version that doesn't require me to be doing stuff monthly. Maybe we can. Awesome, good girl. Can you get me maybe can you make me a drink when you're ready, please? Cup and cup. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I use Premiere Pro, but I use a special version. But again, back then, I didn't know what the hell I was doing at all. Like, literally at all. Learning how to walk, yeah? You gotta learn how to walk before you can run and all that kind of shit.
Stevie takes the time to point out that the cop is a bit of a fatty. Very few humans are built like you, Steven. We know you're a god. It's not fair for the rest of us peasants. The ex-Sugar Babe singer happens to stumble by.
Yeah, so, again, back in the day, Steven Seagal makes a comment about how this guy was young, dumb and full of cum and had a full head of hair and 40 pounds lighter. But I didn't actually put that clip in. Back then I was just saying stuff over the top of the movie without really putting in the clips of the movie. So it was an interesting concept. Again, learning experience, right? Yeah, I've heard DaVinci's pretty cool. Again, Premiere Pro I like because I like how to use Photoshop. It's very easy to do stuff. Again, I've got a special version from some Russian gentleman online who gets the latest version. Totally legitimately, of course. 100%. That's not sarcastic. It's legitimate. Just in case anyone's watching who may care about that, it's 100% legitimate. Yeah, it's. I prefer Premiere Pro because I watch YouTube videos about it. I know how to do it. But I've heard DaVinci's awesome. My physio used to use DaVinci. But yeah, anyway, back to my point. I've just been editing this shit without actually putting any of the actual video clips in. Because I was, again, new to this shit.
Very few humans are built like you, Steven. We know you're a god. It's not fair for the rest of us peasants. The ex-Sugar Babe singer happens to stumble by. Chances are she was drawn to the scent of Seagal's manly bowl sweat. It's rumoured to be irresistible to females of any species, human or animal. It's said that there's even some hetero men have been drawn to his ball set.
I am dressed like a little gay Boy Scout right now.
Savage Nostrils tells Seagal that there's some money in her dead boyfriend's car in police impound. Naturally, she knows Seagal basically wrote and directed Oceans 11 and 12, so she begs for his help. She tries to sweeten the deal by offering up her coochie, but Seagal shuts that down. Nah, not right now. I've had me full of hot puss, thanks. OG. I'm not sure if it's just me, but one of her nostrils is definitely bigger than the other. Her schnoz was butchered. I'd still slay her though. Tell me you wouldn't. But that nostril has me mesmerized.
So that girl was in some group called the Sugar Babes, which is some British group. And clearly she's had a bit of a schnoz situation going on, which is fine. I think this was like 2000 and... I can't remember, 2016 maybe, Seagal. So he hasn't quite gone to the full orange tint sunglasses yet. That was more around 2017, I believe, 2018. The full orange tint. At this point, he wasn't quite fully there.
Anyway, it's at this point we're told about Mr. Vargas. They never show his face, so I assume he's basically like Claw from Inspector Gadget. He's the El Jefe, top dog. Second top bad guy's mum calls to tell him to take her to the doctor. And this information will no doubt be crucial to the story.
Huh? It's okay, I get it, baby. It's fine.
Storyline. Seagal
Yeah, I should
knows
mix
the
it up
devils
nearly.
in the details. She calls not once, but twice. This has to be some next level important shit we're seeing it. This is the type of classy movie where lawyers and bad guys meet in the middle of a children's park. And people carry around sweat rags from constant sweating. This is some art house level shit right here.
Peabody Award. By the way, so that guy there who's the lawyer, he was also, again, I talk about Seagal using the same actors all the time. Obviously, we've seen that guy talk about Seagal's balls. He was in the latest movie review I did for Cartels, which I'll release tomorrow once we get past all the fucking, what's it called? Copyright bullshit. He was also in that movie as the hotel worker. You know, they're stashed out. For those of you that watched it earlier, they're stashed up in the hotel, and this guy's one of the bellboys. So they just, again, reuse the same actors. I guess that's how it works. This company must have certain people on the payroll. I don't know.
Wedding. This is some art house level shit here.
Peabody Award level here.
Respect. In case you were confused about who's good and who's bad, one of these kicks a small dog. Now you know for sure they're piece of shit.
I mean, the editing was horrible. If we're being honest, I've got literally none of the audio from the movie in here at all.
This is some art house level shit here.
Peabody Award level here. You see the play sign
Respect.
again.
In case you were confused about who's good and who's bad, one of these kicks a small dog. Now you know for sure they're piece of shit. We get an awesome plan montage that puts the Ocean series to shame, complete with cool, hip heist music. Seagal starts speaking in a native Aboriginal dialect and does some deep breathing techniques mid-movie. This beast can multitask.
Been a long time in the military and a long time in law enforcement. I can make this happen. I really can, if you're listening to me. I got a plan.
One of the bad guys fills us in.
I mean, I feel like this has been edited by some kid with ADHD or something. I don't know what the fuck I was doing back then. Again, learning.
On how badass our boy Stevie is. He used to be ex-Army, ex-DEA, ex-Justice League, but most impressively, it turns out he actually used to be one of the 4 Ninja Turtles. Facts. Cut to a hot chick who tried to resist Seagal as long as possible, but inevitably his cock power wears her down and she must have it.
Cock! Cock! Cock!
After ploughing her, he...
By the way, those of you unfamiliar, this movie, End of a Gun, which is what it's called, actually produced a lot of the infamous Seagal lines that we now cherish today. 1, cookies. The cookie line comes from here. Now you owe me some good pussy comes from here. I mean, even big balls, could be an illusion. Literally 4 of his greatest lines come from this movie.
He asked her for half instead of the originally agreed 10%. Boss move, Seagal. Get her hooked on your man, mate, then blackmail her for more money. Genius. At one point, Seagal sends some respect and a shout out to the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street.
I love cookies.
Word. Seagal loves cookies.
Time has come for this cookie! Nom, nom, nom.
The heist is about to happen, and according to our expert here...
That's our friend. Remember what I told you tonight is our friend.
Only friend! He's my friend! Oh, friend! Oh, friend!
Okay, so again, when I mentioned now that the editing process takes a while, I mean, back then it probably took longer because it was shit, and I didn't have any idea. But now it takes longer because you try and put a few more, video transitions and audio transitions and those kind of things. So it takes time. So again, the goal would be eventually one day to be able to, ideally hire someone, whether it be a Seagalian or maybe a local Thai person to help out the community, and also it would be cheap, to just edit the videos with my style. I'll teach them my style, which is why a Seagalian would know a bit more about my style. And then I could just work on just doing the script and the creative side of it, which would be awesome because, that's the part I enjoy the most. I enjoy the editing, but I enjoy the coming up with the bullshit. And then if I could just, you know, work with someone else to do it, it'd be awesome. But that's why there's levels to this shit, yeah? Some of the videos you see on YouTube, they're professional videos, and it's like, there's no way the content creators themselves are doing that. No way. They've got enough money or followers or both to be able to, you know, get someone who's way better at that shit to make their videos look awesome.
This scene is definitely not using a body double. To break into the impound, he needs to enter from a second or third level window. How does he get up there, you say? Well, in a number of ways. He could have parkoured up there, shot a rope, Batman style. Perhaps he just ran straight up the wall.
Hello. You might know Steven Seagal. You want to play with me?
Papa
In
Midnight.
Steven's world, he calls this...
It's just Thursday.
Seagal displays the stealth of a ninja and remains undetected as what is definitely not a body double unlocks the car. We're treated to some high production editing as
Yeah, by the way, that was supposed to be Seagal.
body double unlocks the car.
That's supposed to be Seagal. That's one thing I will say I got right, at least in this video. Making fun of that's supposed to be fucking Seagal, apparently. We're supposed to believe that. You want to play with me?
We're treated to some high production editing as Seagal deals with the pesky innocent guards. He kills one and just destroys another. As they make a hasty getaway, disaster...
By the way, these guys are just security guards at a car park, and Seagal's breaking in to steal money, right? He's supposed to be the good guy in this movie. He's breaking in to steal money for some slapper who he's trying to bang, and he just
treated to
tosses.
some high
There's no way this guy's not surviving.
Seagal deals with the
There's no way this guy's surviving. Let's watch this.
pesky innocent guards. He kills one and just destroys another.
Yeah, he's getting brain damage or something at least from that.
As they make a hasty getaway, Disaster Nose definitely does not look back and show her face. With the heist successful, Seagal wants the due he was owed.
Yeah, now you owe me some good pussy.
Fair is fair, bitch. We are then treated to a scene where Cave Nostril's ass is clearly staring at Seagal's hunky man meat. This movie sexualizes men in a disgusting way. While Seagal is out saving kittens from trees, the bad guy is staring at... We are then treated to a scene where Cave Nostril's ass is clearly staring at Seagal's hunky man meat. This movie sexualizes men in a disgusting...
That whole scene, by the way, just obviously just focuses on her ass, and Seagal's just watching her ass walking around and stuff.
Disgusting way. While Seagal is out saving kittens from trees, the bad guys come to kidnap Supernose. Seagal busts in on them, and one of the bad guys eventually realizes that bullets can't do shit to Seagal. He tries to punch him instead. Bad move.
You fucked up. You fucked up big time.
Bad guy whose mum has a doctor's appointment gets away with...
That was also...
fucked up big...
This is also definitely Seagal running out. Tell me I'm wrong.
Big time.
Bad guy whose mum has a doctor's appointment gets away with nosy McNostrils. Bad guys plan to get Sugar Nose to call Seagal, and knowing he's an upstanding, honourable, selfless man, he will come back and save her. Seagal goes to visit his police friend, and then his wife, Sugar Nose, Batman...
I want to see that Seagal running down the stairs.
Fucked up big time.
Bad guy whose mum has a doctor's appointment gets away with nosy McNostrils. Bad guys plan to get Sugar Nose to call Seagal, and knowing he's an upstanding, honourable, selfless man, he will come back and save her. Seagal goes to visit his police friend, and then his wife's ass creepily pervs at Seagal's eyes.
Yeah, so this is creepy as shit, right?
He will come back and save her. Seagal goes to visit his police friend.
So this police friend, they're at the police friend's house. That's a police friend's wife, and he and Seagal are both eyeing up his police friend.
And then his wife's ass creepily pervs at Seagal's eyes. Another disgusting bitch. Steven rolls up, gets out, and is surrounded by bad guys.
I mean, I can't believe I didn't spend more time.
And then his wife's
making
ass
fun of the fact that they're literally both
eyes.
fucking her.
Another disgusting bitch.
That's his wife. Like, I could have spent more... So that's what I mean. I didn't put any clips in this shit. I didn't really know what I was doing. I think I was going to go with, like, a movie review kind of thing. Like, it was always going to be about Seagal movies, but I didn't know what the style to go with, obviously, back then. So hence why you see a lot of edited external clips coming in.
Steven rolls up, gets out, and is surrounded by bad guys. Unfazed, Seagal goes to his ultimate power move of resting the gun on his six-pack abs. He then speaks an obscure English dialect.
But it might could be an illusion. But it might could be an illusion.
See, again, this was, I suppose, leading into his orange tint sunglasses era, but it might could be an illusion is one of his classic lines that we use often. Yeah, it's it's kind of funny. Fucking Seagal.
This seems to confuse everybody, and the bad guys all turn on each other. Seagal slap and knife fights one of the bad guys into oblivion, while the bad guy decides to try and escape Seagal. Good luck, bruv. Seagal lectures this fool about honor and integrity, and the bad guy tries to bomb Seagal and fool him.
You obviously do not know who you are with.
I'm not all about the money, I'm all about the honor. You're an honorable man.
I respect that.
Could he be a bigger moron? Seagal ain't no sucker and blows him away. The nasal queen tries to betray Steven right at the end, even after he came to her aid. He lectures her about honor before his police mate puts an end to her and her nose.
I don't really care about money. I care about honor. I love cookies.
Then we're treated to possibly the greatest words of wisdom ever uttered in any movie, ever.
A friend of mine used to say, never trust a stripper. The only thing she really wants to see coming out of your pants is your money.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. That's
What
funny.
about Mr. Vargas, you might ask?
That is a great line.
It's like a monkey trying to fuck a football now, really. This whole thing, it's just a fucking mess.
Doesn't matter. The movie is so awesome that nobody needs to bother asking any questions.
See, the editing's just not great. So this is my end screen, funnily enough. Patrick Garvey, we watched that last time. Roadhouse, Space Ice. Space Ice comes up a couple of times. I've been watching Key and Peele lately because I'm sorry, it's just fucking funny. Some of their shit's just funny. I mean, I was literally watching the racist zombies the other day where they were refusing to bite them because they were black. I mean, it's fucking hilarious. How could you not? Steven Seagal documentary, yeah, Russell Brand, Edward Snowden. I don't know why I don't watch wrestling at all. I do watch Piers Morgan sometimes because it cracks me up watching dickheads fight over shit that they get so passionate about but really know nothing about for the most part. Most of them. And then me. It's suggesting me to myself. Alright, my friends, we're going to watch one more video, then I might call it a night because it's getting late down in Thailand. Throw me your suggestions. What do you got up your sleeve? Otherwise, I'll throw something on myself. But if you got something you want to see, let me know. Otherwise, what I might show you is a bullshido person that I found. Now, I don't want to put this guy on to make fun of him, but he might feature a little bit in the next video. Let's put it that way. It's only going to be a 5 or 10 minute video, but if you got something else up your sleeve that you'd like to see, I should say, let me know. Otherwise, I'm happy to chuck something else on. You told me to put on the Roadhouse movie review. Joker, is that what you want? From Space Ice? The Roadhouse movie review, is that what you're saying, Joker? Funky, what's happening, mate? Alright, Joker, I'm doing it for you, brother, because you support me all the time, mate, so it's the least I can do. Nah, we're going to go with Roadhouse. I'm going to go with Joker because, yeah, the man supports hugely, so I can't not go with him.
Roadhouse is the Patrick Swayze mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world the power of being nice.
I want you to be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
And why it's total bullshit.
Hey, you know what, Eric? It's funny you say that, right? I watched a video about some guy called Hassan Piker or some shit, right? He's some fucking, what's his name? I don't know. Some streamer, right? He's a nephew of some dickwad who does some channel. And apparently, what he does, this douchebag, is he puts videos on, and then like he'll just piss off for periods at a time, and play the video, and not even be there on the stream or some shit, and just keep going. I don't know. Is that a thing that people do? It makes no sense to me. That'd be such a. Is that what people actually do? That shit, yeah. They just leave the shit on while people talk, and they just fucking leave. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jake, he's a dick. I don't know if people knew who he was or not, but yeah, I've seen that dickhead. I love how he yells at people. Again, I'm not political at all. Like at all. I don't trust any government, whether it's Liberal or Democrat. I trust the people that I know, and real people, not people that are put there to give the illusion of us having choice and there to help us. Yeah. But this guy, and I heard a lot of people. Well, some people do that, but I didn't know it was a real thing. Like I didn't legitimately think it was real. Yeah, I've been snacking on peanuts too, man. I got to admit, I'm pretty bad tonight because I'm pretty stoned and I didn't eat all day. And I went to the gym this morning, so I've been snacking on nuts. So I apologised if I've been snacking excessively on camera. It's a bit of a faux pas, a forks pass. But no politics, Mick. It's not my style, mate. Don't give enough of a shit about it, to be honest with you. I actually don't give a shit about politics. I don't hate anyone specifically for their politics. It's not my style.
It starts off batshit crazy right out of the gate when this lady stabs Money for no real reason, which obviously leads to a snatch kick and then attempted murder on a completely different person.
We're just having a little fun.
Oh, you. So Jerry Jones shows up, and that was the most impressive getting stabbed he's ever seen, so he hires him on the spot.
I want you.
Not so fast, fuckface. He's got one condition that's non-negotiable.
When the job's done, I walk.
Leaving when there's no more work to do is usually a deal breaker, but you did give us Red Dawn, so he'll allow it this once. Now Swayze tries to be a nice guy.
Keep it, it's yours.
But motherfucker, it's parked in a red zone, he can't afford that ticket, and he also can't drive cause he's drunker than shit. This is not good. When he gets to his new job, he learns fast that these guys are no joke.
What's wrong with Detour's car?
Fucking got him. So he hauls ass inside where it's safe and nobody's throwing sick burns about auto assembly plants, and instead throw beer bottles at blind people like God intended. Not only that, but the hair in here can only be described as glorious. We're gonna need you to go be bald somewhere else. Thanks a bunch. Now that the
See? Swayze made the bald guy leave. He rocks out with his fucking full luscious head of hair and just makes the bald guy leave. By the way, who's seen the new Roadhouse? And is it any good with Gyllenhaal? I heard Conor McGregor basically just plays himself and doesn't actually act at all. Just gets high on Charlie and just strolls around behaving like he would on the streets, which is fucking awesome because, you know. Also, I heard he's fighting Chandler. Is that true? He's actually fighting Chandler. I heard it's booked in. I don't know if he'll make it there or not, but that should be interesting. So who's seen the new Roadhouse? I heard Gyllenhaal's jacked as shit, but I also heard it's not the greatest movie, so...
To go be bald somewhere else. Thanks a bunch. Now that the buzzkill's gone, we can get back to how awesome everyone else is.
Flag!
I swear to God, this movie could be 2 hours.
What do you say you and me get nipple to nipple?
Of the day-to-day in this place, and it would be fucking amazing.
For $20, you can kiss him.
Are you kidding? Do they look like they're kidding? If anyone's kidding, it's this guy. Because do they look
I love how he stops on the camera when the lady's got like one eye closed and one eye open, and that some curly-haired dude looks like a doofus. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. This bar looks like... Is this what happens in America in bars, or is this just in the 80s and shit? 80s and 90s?
like they're kidding? If anyone's kidding, it's this guy, because Buicks have never come in great. What a funny little goof. So now Swayze's recovered and is throwing haymakers of his own.
You don't look like much to me.
Opinions vary.
Oh shit! There's no coming back from that. He'd love to stay and roast your ass, but he heard something crazy about a Buick that he has to see for himself. You said this was great, but it looks like a piece of shit. Fucking sold. Then he thinks of another sick burn, so he hauls ass back.
Morgan, you're out of here.
What the f*** are you talking about?
Don't make him explain the joke. You know that ruins it. And also you, because what the f*** is that mustache? The neck.
By the way, everyone made a big deal about how, like, what's his name? Patrick Swayze was, you know, don't get me wrong, he's handsome as shit. Good looking bloke. Your all-American fella. But I mean, he's tiny as shit. Like, he's no bigger than the guy in the green singlet. I don't know, size doesn't matter. But I mean, if it, there's no MMA back then or fighting, so it was just street fighting. So size kind of did matter a little bit back then. But I love how they picture him. They try to paint him as some kind of jacked, buff dude, and he, you know, he was athletic. But yeah, it's interesting. This was what, that 90s, 80s?
Because what the f*** is that mustache? The next day, he thinks of the perfect comeback.
And you're going.
Desperate to salvage his pride, Swayze takes it to the next level with a...
I mean, just look at the guy. Tell me he's not a handsome guy. Look at that jawline. He's got fucking full head of hair. No, his nose is not that big. His ears are nicely shaped, unlike Big Daddy's. He's a handsome bloke. It's kind of like your Richard Dean Anderson, but a bit more masculine, yeah?
Dick, nuh-uh.
That's right.
And now it's officially on.
You scared to fight me?
Taunting the guy for not fighting you while he's actively fighting you is a bold move.
What do you want, to kiss and make up?
While Swayze's confused as shit right now, he sees Discount Gary Oldman's nose start to bleed and makes his move. Then this guy, bless his very clogged heart, just starts attacking everyone. But after about 6 seconds...
I was like, that guy was upset the buffet was closed, so he started losing his shit. That's how Sensei behaves sometimes. But I love Space Ice's commentary.
Or 3 Seagal movies worth of movement.
Yeah, the fight stance. he's got those limp wrist fight stance that you need when you're about to punch someone.
He's all tuckered out. This is easily the best bar outside of Thailand. Now his shift is over, and while he can see its beauty, a 65 Buick that fucking blinks is terrifying to closed-minded bigots. When will they learn? But some of them are trying, like this guy, who's getting in touch with his feminine side. You, sir, are an inspiration.
That guy's obviously off his tits. Obviously he's looking for narcotics and women.
But back at the bar, everything's going to shit. They're letting her sing. Nobody's throwing anything at him, and the hairstyles are just ridiculous. To top it all off, he's got to deal with sexual harassment from this Grease reject.
Say goodnight, Denise.
Thanks, bro. Then finally,
You see how Patrick Swayze...
Say goodnight, Denise.
Thanks, bro.
Patrick Swayze just laughs it off. He's like, this shit happens to me every single night. When you look like this is the shit that happens to you every day.
Bro. Then finally, things start getting good when this guy shows up in a fucking monster truck along with Hank, the most badass cook you'll ever meet. But Hank was a huge star.
Hank, you know who Hank looks like? He looks a bit like Al from Home Improvement. You know, Tim the Tool Man's neighbor. He looks a bit like Al. That's a little bit like Al. Come on, tell me he doesn't. A little bit. A little bit.
Are at this point and went the Seagal route of not doing stairs, so now it's his body double. Luckily, Swayze has incredible reaction time, so after telling them to all eat shit,
Sorry, we're closed.
this guy winds up for roughly an hour and a half for this really weird kick. He manages to catch it, so he drags him outside, where Hank is waiting on the other side of the stairs, where they beat the living shit out of them. The movie forgot to explain how he knows they're the bad guys, so he comes off looking like a lunatic. But fuck you, nobody questions Roadhouse. Then a giraffe lady dressed like a picnic table shows up with...
That's a bit harsh. I mean, it's just attractive, but she does look like a giraffe lady wearing a picnic blanket.
Roadhouse. Then a giraffe lady dressed like a picnic table shows up, which is exactly Swayze's type.
Hi.
So he just bails. The next day belongs to Keith David, whose breakout character stole the show.
Whiskey's running low.
After the tears from that
Keith David. Man, he's a legend now. President Curtis from Rick and Morty.
Character stole the show.
Whiskey's running low.
After the tears from that performance dry up, his attempt to restock goes full Boston whiskey party. Only this time, the red shirts aren't fucking around.
Catch you later, Mackinac Daddy. Mackinac Peaches. I remember that from Seinfeld.
But it's not going so great when the stranger shows up and he only does two things.
I sure ain't gonna show you my dick.
I guess it's only one now. After a plethora of smiling face and...
Dude, is that the guy who plays like, Ghost? I can't remember his name. He was in fucking Ghost Rider, but he was also in Parks and Recreation. Ron Dunn, that was his name. I can't remember his name. I'm not American, but I'm sure he's an iconic American dude with the cool voice. The guy that was in Ghost Rider who had the horse. Was that him or is that not him? Am I off?
One now. After a plethora of smiling face and dick punches, they get the message.
Okay.
Then the movie gives you a chance.
Okay, I don't think that's him. I think I'm way off, right? That's not him, is it? No, it's not him.
To go to the bathroom and make a sandwich or something while they talk about feelings.
I can't believe you're still dragging that shit around with you.
And do some stupid dance.
Wasn't Keith David also in Sliders, if I'm not mistaken, with Jerry O'Connell? I'm sure he was in Sliders, right? Someone let me know. He was in Sliders, yeah? And Sam Elliott. Is that Sam Elliott or is that not Sam Elliott? Ah, not Sam Elliott, okay. I'm off. But was fucking Keith David in Sliders? I'm sure he was in Sliders, yeah? That was a decent show for it. Man, everything back then was a little more wholesome. It just seemed like that kind of show was alright. Whereas now it would just be a piece of shit show because it's not crazy enough.
None of this matters, and trust me, you're gonna need it. He also runs an errand or two and orders some new spark plugs. That's it, nothing else. So, holy fucking shit! Somehow, the explosions are only the second most dangerous things out there. First is this stupid ambulance. What the fuck was that? Then we get another brawl. For reasons the movie doesn't waste our precious time on. Bob Iger waves, and that's good enough for us. Then
Bob Iger waves, the guy from Disney.
For reasons the movie doesn't waste our precious time on. Bob Iger waves, and that's good enough for us. Then
So Keith Sliders wasn't in fucking Keith David wasn't in Sliders. Oh man, I'm off then. I thought he was. Ah, fucked that up. Damn, really? That's a little bit annoying then. Oh damn! I just went all racist and just saw one black dude as another. I thought he was in Sliders. Okay, that just seems racist by me. That's just unacceptable. Sorry, Keith David. Where are we? Where's Space Ice? Ah, here we go.
We get another long and for just kidding fucking monster trucks. Fuck yeah! Sensing that things are getting too awesome, she shows up to ruin it.
Who's this for anyway? You doing it for them?
Look, lady, shit's exploding everywhere. We really don't have time for this. Image? Luckily, it was just a massive explosion, and he's perfectly fine.
I'm pretty sure all of this is just to have Patrick Swayze topless walking around in tight pants, because, you know, it sells movies and shit to women. Can't blame him.
Be fine if you get off of me.
You can't be kicking his door in and waking him up every time his house blows up. Then we see the bomber, who must have snuck in.
Alex, how are you, mate? What's happening, brother? Good to see you here.
And on that super quiet dirt bike. But they don't call him Danica Patrick Swayze for nothing. Now it's one-on-one, mullet to mullet. And things are going great until he has to make things weird.
I used to f guys like you in prison.
He doesn't know if that's a compliment, insult, or just an observation. And before he has a chance to ask,
Kill you the old-fashioned way.
Damn, I actually forgot about the badass fight at the end between the two tough guys. I actually forgot all about that. I love how they're covered in sweat. It's realistic.
because guns have been around longer than fists, so Swayze kills him the new and trendy way, the throat rip spin kick. She can't believe he would resort to self-defense over a little act of terrorism and a few attempted murders. Some men are so toxic. The next day, Iger calls up and tells him he's gonna kill What's-Her-Face, so he goes to warn her.
The man is crazy.
And you're not.
Actually, he was just kidding. You have a wonderful day, fucking bitch.
By the way, Roadhouse was a pretty shit movie when you think about it. Like, it was just pointless and nonsensical. But because it had Patrick Swayze in it, it was just a good movie, you know? For some reason. And nobody puts Baby in the corner, that's why.
Just when you think you can't hate Iger any more than you already do, that sick son of a bitch took this beautiful voice from us, second only to my own, and now he's gonna pay. Now he's coming for these guys who, despite being total fucking idiots, still know more about gun safety than Steven Seagal ever has. Yes, even this guy. Uncle Rico's enthusiasm proves to be too much for
What the fuck is this guy doing? He's got a fucking twitchy leg.
Even this guy. Uncle Rico's enthusiasm proves to be too much for Swayze's non-Detroit car.
Joker, mate, you're handing out memberships as well. Thank you, brother. For those of you that missed it, Steven Seagal, that's right, Steven Seagal, rocked up earlier and just dumped 3 lots of 50 memberships on people. There was less than 150 people in the group, but not everyone got a membership. So I got no idea how YouTube works. But thank you, Joker, for gifting that one who went to Gabagool. Yeah, I'm not sure what YouTube's doing with that, but I'm hoping everyone gets their memberships accordingly.
And if you don't believe this has gone off the rails, it was being driven by a fucking knife. If you're asking how it made that turn, fuck you, nobody questions Roadhouse. See, Terry, this is why. Son of a bitch, you too. This This is going terribly, but that's okay because he's got him now and just knows he's back, motherfucker, while he's trying to figure out why they have.
Yeah, so how does the whole memberships work? Seagal just strolls in, drops. How do you know how much the memberships are worth? Also, is it like just 50 times whatever the base membership is? I'm not sure how. Again, you guys seem to know a bit more about this than I do, but we'll definitely start doing some member content specific. Maybe a once a week member stream for sure. Midweek member stream. But yeah, thank you, Steven Seagal, and thank you too, Joker. But thank you, Steven Seagal, for just coming in. And again, guys, it was a guy called Steven Seagal. Now, I don't know if it's the real bloke, but he just comes in and drops 150 memberships and then just disappears into the night. I don't know if he's still here or if he's gone. But he just comes in like the big man himself and then just disappears into the middle of the night.
A plant blocking the bench and a picture. Swayze's just standing there cause he's stumped too. Eventually, they accept that some questions don't have answers and get back to the fighting. Oh shit, he's got a knife and that shotgun stopped existing. This is bad. He almost forgot he already did a throat rip, and he's not Patrick Lazy, so he cranks it up a notch and goes for the crowd-pleasing dick stab. Then he shows Rico the true meaning of pain by throwing a knife at his stomach, killing him instantly. Iger hears all the
Don't say that, Mick, alright? In my head, I'm thinking it's the real man himself. Don't bring me down, Mick. Don't bring me down. Let's just all live in a world where Steven Seagal came in tonight, dropped 150 memberships, and then just disappeared. That's the world I want to live in, Mick. Alright, don't shatter it, mate.
And oh thank God, the bench bush is okay. Now, Better Seagal is hot on Swayze's tail when he gets attacked by a polar bear. He wasn't expecting that, which is what they count on. Now Iger is starting to suspect something might be wrong.
What's this all about anyway? Your friend Wade?
And the explosions and attempted murders, but mostly for driving like a douche. He almost does another throat rip. He really should have saved that for the end. Now he can't think of anything. This can't get any worse. Fuck! She's freaking out because of course this is all about her. So Swayze just says fuck it.
It's over!
Rumor has it, if you say Steven Seagal 3 times in front of a mirror, he comes behind you, brings you a cookie, and slaps you on the ass. That's all I heard. I don't know if it's true. So maybe try it tonight before you go to bed.
Thanks, guys. Magically appearing with guns is something he never would have thought of. Motherfucker, since when are there police? But it's gonna be okay. They got this handled.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't see nothing.
You see anything, Red? Not a thing.
Okay, well that's fucking stupid. It's his house and he's full of buckshot. He just watched you throw those shotguns in the corner and you're covered in blood. You're all going to fucking prison.
The space ice is finished. Alright. We'll go one more if anyone's got something up their sleeve. Oh damn, okay. What's going on here? It's because of the watch along. So this is what's happening at the moment. 489 people have watched the watch along. Good to see we're getting a bit more traction on the videos. even though Steven Seagal's companies really love flagging the shit out of the videos, they're good at it. They're really good at it. I wonder if they've let it go. No, still not. I go, where are we? This one's still in dispute. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. No, I don't know. We won't watch another Space Ice. We'll watch Actually, nearly. I think he dropped 300, to be honest with you. So I think he dropped like 300. The problem is with memberships, even with super chats and stuff like that, YouTube takes like 20% of them or something. Like last week, they dropped £300, which is roughly about, I got no idea, probably like $400 or something like that. And YouTube literally takes like 30% of it, which is, you know, part of their deal, of course. the crazy LSD dancing. I don't have an extended version. I've only got one version, which I'll show you. I know everyone loves that. Where is she? Here we go. This lady here. Everyone loves this lady.
Peace. I'm out.
Everyone. That's all I've got of her. That's all I have of that lady. That's the full extended version of her I have, unfortunately. What was I gonna put on? I just forgot now. So I'm pretty drunk and stoned at the moment, if I'm being honest. Damn it! I lost it now. That's what happens when you're a few drinks and medicinal herbs. She's hot. she's got a unique way of dancing, that's for sure. That's what I was going to show. So I found this guy, right? He's an interesting character. He's gonna. I don't want to bag him, but he's out in the middle of the woods doing like bullshitto and shit, right? And why he's kind of hilarious is because he kind of. It's just when he stops, he has a drink of his tea, he goes for a bit of a run, takes his shirt off midway, does some flying elbows and stuff. It's somewhat hypnotic. He's a bit of a ledge. He's gonna make an appearance in the next video. I bet she got so laid. That video actually is from the end of most of my Seagal clips. That's probably where you've seen it, but I don't know where it's actually from. I found it on YouTube somewhere. But yeah, I'm making a new bullshitto video, so this guy's going to make a slight appearance. There's a few other people. Look, he's not the worst. You know, he kind of lives in his own little world where he thinks he's a deadly ninja warrior, of course, like most people. He's not the worst person we've seen, though, that's for sure. We've definitely seen a lot worse. Yeah, you know, there used to be. You know what's funny? I don't know if he's still around. There used to be I don't know if you guys have seen this guy. And we'll watch this together. Actually, you guys might find this hilarious. This guy is basically a Space Ice ripoff, right? Let's see. He's actually copying my thumbnail.
Attrition could be considered Steven Seagal's most complex and emotionally heart-wrenching movie to date.
So do you guys know about him or not? Because he literally pretty much trying to steal Space Ice's thumbnails as well. Does anyone know about this guy? Look, I mean, the other channels, one's called Sensei Gravy Seal, and the other one's, I wouldn't recommend people joining because it's a bit more opinionated and a bit more political, so I'll keep that separate, but Sensei Gravy Seal is definitely one to go to, and the rest, you know, people can find if they want to, but does anyone know about the Last Action Zero, sorry? Is it loud, is it? Alright, I'll turn it down a bit.
Nah, that's bullshit. It's totally up for debate. The movie starts out with Seagal and his team attacking an enemy hideout.
Well done.
They manage to finish off the rebels, but soon discover a lone fatality all tied up.
Oh, damn!
This traumatizes Seagal so severely to the point of going on a journey of self-discovery to somewhere in Asia. He ends up in a cave and must have stayed there for a long time. I mean, just look at that overgrown fake hair.
I'm pretty tired.
After months of prayer and solitude, he retires to a place called Mong La. It's a border town in the middle of nowhere where criminals run free.
So this guy, I feel, is like somewhere halfway between me and Space Ice and myself, I should say. I should speak proper, correct English. Speak the correct vernacular. He's somewhere between Space Ice and myself in terms of how his editing goes. I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys to see. I'm going to roll a herbal medicinal cigarette. But I'll let this play and let me know what you guys think. Yeah, I know, Alex. I've watched it before, but I don't think anyone here has seen him really, so I'll see what people think about it. By the way, I mean, I'm not going to say not to subscribe to the guy, but I don't think we should just straight out endorse someone who's he's trying to copy Space Ice. To a lesser extent, his editing style is a bit like me, but he's really ripping off Space Ice. So if you want to subscribe to him and you find him funny, go for it. I'm not going to say not to do it, but let me know what you think.
But for a town that's supposedly crime-infested, the place is seemingly peaceful and orderly. Seagal even finds the time to do some mediocre Chinese writing. Not only that, he's also become a massage therapist.
Hey, that is bullshit.
Everybody loves Seagal. Oh yeah, don't forget to kiss the baby. That's some great optics.
I love you.
His good friend Chen drops by and hangs out. Then they go outside for a friendly duel. They end up gently sparring with their hands in a dainty martial arts ritual.
Why are you gay?
They bid farewell and will...
Someone just said, is Space Ice, who's that Danny? It's not similar to those Honest Trailer guys. I've seen Honest Trailer. I say they're a little more mainstream, a little more politically correct. I don't know if they're the same. Maybe you could say similar, but yeah. I don't know. I find I don't know. You guys let me know what you think about it.
Soon meet up again.
So long, gay boys!
Later that night, Seagal has a vision of a woman in white. The next day, a crime boss called Black Claw is about to end this guy's life.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Fearing for his life, he mentions the existence of a girl named Tara who has the gift of foresight.
And she also had the power
I am from Australia, eek.
of healing.
I beg your pardon.
And she also had the power of healing.
This just so happens to be the girl that Seagal dreamt of that night.
Very interesting.
Black Claw sees an opportunity with that girl, so he spares the guy's life.
Yes! Yes!
He brings him to the main boss called Q-Mom. Why's the name Q-Mom? Who the hell knows? It turns out Q-Mom's into this spiritual, unexplained shit. Anyways, next thing you know, they got plans on kidnapping
Anyway, I don't know why we're wasting our time watching a makeshift Space Ice. Maybe if we watch another Space Ice episode, he might start loving me if he sees this video because I'm endorsing him. Someone said On Deadly Ground. I haven't done On Deadly Ground yet, so I don't know if I want to watch his video. Because then I might, if I inadvertently or subconsciously take something from it. Hello, Sandy White. How are ya? I don't want to watch something that I haven't done a video on yet. Because then if I inadvertently say something similar, then I don't want to be seen just ripping him off. You know what I mean? Subconsciously. So, what have I done that he's done? Now, how about Code of Honor? I've done that. He's done that. Everyone happy with Code of Honor? On deadly scales. I like that. One last one. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm pretty baked as well. I mean, you guys have been watching me plow down drinks in this bad boy. I've been kind of rolling the smoking herbal cigarettes on the low. It's 3:15 in the morning, so one more video and I'm going to have to call it a night, legends, because fuck, I'm tired of shit. Not really tired of shit, but I'll be a mess tomorrow. And I want to do some work on the other channels, try and get them going. You never know what YouTube might do to someone on any given day. Good to hear, Sandy. Keep smiling, mate. Keep smiling. Alright, we're going to go with Code of Honor. See, I've already seen it, as you can see. Oh, this guy's got so many views. I've got like my most viewed video is 1.7, right? And then I've got 800. This guy's got like, where are we? This guy's got like 2 million, 1.1, 1.9, 1.1. No, 3.8. That's not good. Nah, a lot, yeah. 1.11 million. No, that's Tom Segura. 1 million. Like, he's got a lot of views. Definitely shits all over me. But obviously, his channel's 10 times bigger. Cyborg. A good man. That's the one I was thinking of, with Seagal and that creepy face wipe. A good man. That's a year ago as well. See, 1.3 million on that. Let's do a good man. See you, Funky. Have a good one, my man. Take it easy, brother. See you, Danny. If you're out of here, I think you must be saying you're going. Take it easy, my man. Thanks for showing up, brother. Alright, let's do a good man, because, you know, Seagal's a good man. 1:16 p.m. Yeah, lucky for you, Olivia.
I really don't give a fuck.
You can easily pump out a movie over a weekend. It starts off by not wasting any time and get straight to the nonsense.
There is no darkness without light.
Without light, all you have is darkness.
I have both within me.
No, he doesn't, but don't worry, because somehow it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, it's impressive.
He proves it by not even finishing the opening credits.
You're about 20 miles off from target.
Before taking off to lunch.
Is there any good restaurants around here?
It's a Seagal movie, and he doesn't do second takes, so they were forced to just go with it.
Yeah, that's the negative on the restaurants go.
Seagal immediately had that man killed. He's the leader of an elite group of something they never bother telling us.
What the f*** is that?
And his target is
an Islamic fundamental.
By the way, this is where Let Me Tack Up comes from, for anyone who was curious. Let Me Tack Up, that's where it came from.
It's a Chicom arms dealer who finances terrorist activities.
And lives in Romania. In order to take out such a versatile villain, he puts together an elite team of the biggest action stars who will agree to work with him.
Well, we gotta go.
So, the Pretendables plan to infiltrate the enemy's base using stealth and only take out the guards if completely necessary. But something about this unconscious and defenseless guard really pisses Seagal off, so f*** the plan. Now that Seagal's got a taste of human blood, his partner knows things are gonna get f***ing weird, so he gets the hell out of there.
So I love about this guy's commentary, man. He just makes up a bunch of shit. Which again, I don't normally do. I kind of still stick to the storyline. But I like his style of just making up random shit. I think with my warped mind, I can definitely make up a story for Seagal. So I might have to look into, obviously not copying his face wise, but I like his idea of creating his own storyline, which I've seen before, but I've never really thought about it.
First thing Seagal does is his trademark sword slap with the sword he magically has now, before stuffing it down his shirt for reasons I don't want to know. Then he peeks through the window and sees a bunch of women and children. Jackpot! He blows the door open and rains down hellfire on any poor son of a bitch that happens to be in there. Even though the target leaves, Seagal doesn't give a shit cause he's in the fucking zone. He orders a drone strike to eliminate any witnesses, but he's already done a lot of walking.
Shade Viking, mate. He needs a stunt double to do a lot of things. Anything where his face is involved, he will do, because it obviously gives him, you know, exposure. But anything where his face is not involved, you're very rarely going to see anything from, Big Daddy Seagal. Just how it is.
Today, so instead of getting out of the blast radius, he tells this little girl he gets that her dad's dead, but we all got problems, now get over here, and uses her as a human shield. Then, after she takes the brunt of the explosion, he does the biggest dick move and pile drives her into the fucking ground. Now,
pile drives her into the ground.
His dick move and pile drives her into the fucking ground. Now, it's 2 years later, and Seagal still has recurring dreams where he's Humpty Dumpty being put back together before waking up in a cold sweat.
Some things never change.
His neighbor needs him to break into her apartment.
Are you locked out?
Which is so crazy because he was planning on doing that anyways. He brings his service dog to try and fool them into...
I mean, can we just stop for a second and realize that he just happened to have a toolkit in his pocket? I can't remember if that was actually the case, but he happened to have a little thingy to break into her room, so Space Ice isn't wrong.
Her apartment.
Are you locked out?
Which is so crazy because he was planning on doing that anyways. He brings his service dog to try and fool them into thinking he's a real person, but his cover is blown when he couldn't even think up a fucking name.
What's his name?
Well, I just never named him.
Later, Seagal goes to scope out the local kindergarten.
By the way, that was a scene where the face wipe happened, where he does his little creepy face wipe, where he goes, "Nice to meet you, neighbor," and he goes, "Nice to meet you too." I'm surprised Space Ice didn't make a comment about that.
I just never named him.
Later, Seagal goes to scope out the local kindergarten, but the little girl happens to be there, and as soon as he's recognized,
Hey, where's your dog?
he turns around and gets the f*** out. This is her brother, who's already heard all about their creepy neighbor.
That's the man I've been telling you about.
Seagal makes a beeline to this church to establish an alibi and has finally mastered the art of blending in by telling the priest that he's just browsing.
Just looking around.
Like it's a fucking furniture store. Then, because he...
I mean, he's right. Who just looks around a church? Well, I mean, what are you looking around for exactly? It's not like there's a bunch of different shit you can see in there. You're not shopping for anything. Definitely not women, because they're all covered.
He's so into adults, his next stop is a strip club where he ignores all the strippers and randomly assaults the customers. When Seagal returns home, he runs into these guys who want to know why he killed their friend in the strip club. So he apologizes and tells them things just got out of hand and, just kidding, he pulls a sword out of his ass again and murders the fuck out of them too. Then he drops incense that he carries around at all times just to be a prick and annoy the police.
I think he carries the incense around because he farts a lot, obviously, as we've seen with those clips, so he needs to cover the smell.
Then he makes his escape by teleport waddling away. Now the police show up and do
teleport waddling.
Escape by teleport waddling away. Now the police show up.
That's brilliant, because that's the exact same kind of shit that I would have said, because of the scene skip. Again, that's the same kind of shit that I would have said. I don't think I did in mine, but that's fucking brilliant by him.
And do exactly what they're trained to do.
Again with the incense.
Talk about how awesome Seagal is.
The killer obviously is very skilled with a knife.
And how anyone who gets in his way is...
I like that bunker TV. Seagal is the only man my wife can cheat with and I take her back. I like that. It's clear. That's awesome. She really liked that. Don't worry, Eric, mate. I don't know what you're talking about with 40k Emperor levels, but just enjoy yourself, mate. It's Sunday night, Monday morning, Sunday day, wherever you are. Life is short, mate. Enjoy yourself.
Warning.
But the question is, a warning to whom?
The local Russian mafia boss has a meeting with the local
Okay, so
who gets in his way is fucked.
Warning.
But
that guy was in End of a Gun. He was the guy who was the copper who had the Seagal was creepily looking at the wife of as well. Alright, so that's one actor who's been back again.
And how anyone who gets in his way is fucked.
Warning.
But the question is, a warning to whom?
The local Russian mafia.
This dude has been in multiple Seagal movies. He played the lawyer in End of a Gun with the girl with the fake nose. He played the bellhop or hotel worker in the latest movie review, which again I'll have to release tomorrow because of copyright. Which was, I can't remember what movie it was called. Cartels, or Salazar, as it's always also called. He's been in a lot of movies, so he rehires the same shit trucks over and over again.
The boss has a meeting with the local Chinese mafia boss, and wouldn't you know it, it's the Chinese Communist Islamic.
Alright, legends, I gotta go for a quick PPs. So I'm gonna do the Hassan Piker and just let it keep playing. Doing the old HEP.
Terrorist arms dealer that Seagal rescued earlier. It turns out he and Seagal have a lot in common.
Proclivity for beautiful Russian girls. The younger, the better.
The Russian boss is there to find out who killed his men, and now he's pretty sure it was the brother.
Yeah, how'd you know?
It's a Seagal movie.
Oh, shit.
So the fact that he was with you when they were fucking killed somehow never comes up. So he sends the world's worst hitman who misses from right fucking here. He can't believe that dumb shit either, but you need to get over it because we're only halfway through this atrocity. The sister gets home from work and starts to panic when it looks like Seagal finally broke in. She's overcome with relief though when it turns out to just be the Russians who are there to traffic her and her little sister.
Keep her safe.
So Seagal goes to tell them he already called dibs, and when they don't back down,
Go back to your room.
waddles back into his apartment and sends his body double out to show them he means business. But they escape with the little girl who they offered to the Chinese boss as a gift.
This is the sister.
He tells them they're really fucking stupid.
Are you gaming me?
And he knows what he said.
The younger, the better.
But he's not Seagal, and this isn't what he meant. But he decides to keep her.
I want to keep the girl.
Because he knows someone that will pay top dollar. In the meantime, Seagal does what Seagal does best. While creeping around the bathroom, murdering innocent people, he just happens to run into the Russian boss. He takes him hostage, and even the dog refuses to watch, cause he's seen this stupid shit 100 times before. Seagal tortures him the way college kids with the drunk guy who passed out at the party.
I guess it's gonna be a long night.
After drawing penises on his cheek and forehead, he draws up some coffee and squirts it up his nose. He tells Seagal he'll give him whatever he wants if he'll please have some self-respect. No fucking deal. When Seagal finally finishes satisfying his sadistic urges,
this guy cops a poor beating from Seagal, but that's telling him that he wants him dead.
he stops by the church and finds someone went crazy in there and really fucked that priest up. Seagal doesn't remember if it was him during one of his blackouts, so to cover himself either way, he just stands there confused for literally 10 seconds before saying the craziest shit you will ever hear.
Cause now, I will snatch every motherfucker birthday.
The priest has no idea what the f that's supposed to mean, and is hoping he's not
That's just the iconic line that we all love. I mean,
just suffering a massive concussion or died, and this is hell. Now it's 12 hours later, and not only has Seagal not even snatched one motherfucker birthday,
I will snatch every motherfucker birthday.
but he's barely moved from that spot. Since Seagal's been standing there, the brother was taken prisoner, escaped by taking the hinges off a sliding door, jump-kicked a cop into fire, and flew through the air like the fucking Matrix. But spending 12...
It's true. So basically, what generally happens nowadays, or, you know, after 2003 or 4, he brings in younger guys to do all the action scenes and do all the, you know, fighting, all the stuff that he used to do, and he just shows his face and gets stunt doubles to do all the back stuff, which is awesome. I mean, you know, that's the kind of stuff you can do when you're... Look at that hair, by the way. We pause on this screen right now. Look at that, whatever's going on there. This was after the two-tone, triple tone that we saw earlier, and now this is... Fuck, I don't even know what you'd call this.
12 hours packing this fucking bag is cool too, you lazy f***. So anyways, he goes to the Chinese leader in order to buy the little girl he's selling. He means rescue because he definitely knew it was her. But it turns out
I changed my mind.
he's selling her to Adam Scott instead because he's a much bigger celebrity, and that's just the kind of shit Adam Scott does. That's when Seagal drops the bombshell.
I lie for a living.
No, not that. Everybody knows that. I mean the other bombshell.
I'm not a man.
Motherfucker.
I mean, that's fucking great editing, yeah. I don't, see, again, I did these movies a long time ago. A lot of these movies I did a long time ago before I quite understood my editing niche, let's call it. So a lot of these I wish I could redo again, and I probably could later down the track. But yeah, I mean, obviously I would have had a field day with these lines.
I mean the...
For a living.
No, not
Like,
that.
for a living,
Everybody
that
knows
many
that.
times over.
I mean the other bombshell.
I'm not a man.
Mother...
So even that, like that kind of shit, like I would have, yeah. But you know, one day I'll get back to them.
Fucker. We'll talk about that later. The bombshell is that he was the one killing his men and leaving the incense.
I'm Guelo.
Except they weren't his men, they were the Russians.
We're going to be out of Russian soon.
So he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
So it is.
Seagal takes advantage of all the confusion and the...
Do you think he's having a stroke here?
About.
So it is.
That's why he pats his arm just to check if he's got feeling.
Seagal takes advantage of all the confusion and the bad guys insisting on aiming and looking when they shoot, and randomly blasts around the room, which kills the guards and Adam Scott. Still not satisfied, he chases down a production assistant and chops his fucking hand off. Then, after Seagal and this guy slap each other's swords for a while, it's down to just him and the Chinese boss. He shows us that they don't call him Confucius for nothing.
Look at the total summation of your whole life. Is this it?
Well said.
You? No, it wasn't. They go back and forth with this stupid shit.
It took an adversary to show me the significance of life and death.
Until Seagal's watch beeps to let him know the movie's hit 90 minutes and he's working for free right now. So now he's dead and the movie ends. Nope. Fuck you. A Seagal movie can't end without a giant middle finger to the audience. When they get back home, she tells her little sister, Sorry, but I'm banging Seagal now, so you need to get the fuck out.
Smart.
This scene is very important, so you never forget how terrible of a human being Steven Seagal is.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, literally at the end of that movie, she decides that she's going to go off and spend time with him and live for herself, and just bails on Seagal. All right, Alex, let's see your Code of Honor version. If you're still in here, someone told me to watch it before. Was it Mick? You were telling me to watch it? All right. In this video, I recap the wild and confusing. All right, so this is Alex. He's one of our. He's a follower. He's also got a channel, obviously himself. So we're gonna watch his review of it.
You're lucky enough.
This will be the last video, because after this I gotta go. So anyway, you know, before we'll just watch this one and then we'll call it a night. What's line mean? I decided to click something on. These movies aren't the worst. Okay, they're horrible. I was just trying to do that with a straight face. His early movies weren't that bad, but they didn't get better as he got older. Let's put it that way. Some actors get better as they get older. You could argue. Yeah, fair point, Bunker. Pope Paul, we'll watch Roadhouse, then I gotta go. Roadhouse, we already watched Roadhouse. Oh, 2 hours later. Yeah, I know. Well, what I would like to do, I don't know if I can. What I would like to do is watch the watch Space Ice review of the latest Conor McGregor Roadhouse. But you're right, I really should go because I'm getting tired of shit, to be honest with you. We'll start watching this for a little bit, and I'll let you guys decide. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
A CIA agent. And there he is, perched on the tower like modern day Rapunzel, with two ponytails back and front, a fashionable scarf to complete the look, and surrounded by guns, as he waits for some shady persons to show up for their shady business. Just like real life drug deals happen. Motorbikes, grim looks, suitcases, and of course, who could forget White Snow Sommelier, eager to check the quality of the stuff on tip of his tongue. Classic. But before he can take a lick, Steven Seagal takes out the shady people one by one with his awesome sniper skills. Why settle with a sniper rifle when you can have an auto-aiming one with unlimited ammo? Deliberate change in the weapon? There is no hurry. Take your time. Mobs can wait you standing under the fire and continue shooting in random directions. Finally, there happens to be one smart guy trying to escape with the money case. But little does he know, Steven can blow up cars with the help of little lighter. The police arrives to the crime scene, and the smartest detective Patterson climbs up the tower to talk to an FBI agent William Porter and finds out that Steven is also known as Colonel Sykes, and he is capable of replacing a small army and has taken out both gangs single-handedly.
Just one.
We saw another guy helping, so maybe not so sure about that. Meanwhile, Colonel Sykes is chilling at that strip club, creeping out the young dancers.
The scary guy in the back isn't tipping.
And after some quality time, he very slowly leaves the club and... Okay, so yeah, he just okay.
Alright, it seems like everyone's leaving in the stream, or is there a lag, or is everyone literally going? Because, okay, seems like everyone's going. Alright, legends, well, we might as well end the stream there then, I guess. If anyone does want to check out Alex, there's his channel, have a look around. I'm not sure what he's currently doing, if he's still doing Seagal's or movie reviews. I think he was doing movie reviews. But yeah, check it out if you want. Alright, my friends, until next time, Steven Seagal, grace upon me. Thank you very much for everyone who watched for the entire stream. How long do we go for? It's about 4.5 hours. Wow. Is that a long stream or is that a short stream? I don't know. But give us some pull to end it. All right, mate. I'll give you some pull to end it. How about? What have I got for you? I'll give you some pull.
I'll just bring Paul over here. That's a knockout point. Thank you, Paul. 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 And we're squeezing hard behind the windpipe. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much, 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 Paul. Out of that circle.
By following McSweeney's self-defense.
There we go. All right, legends. Again, thank you very much to everyone who contributed with likes, comments. Obviously, those that donated, thank you very much with super chats. Steven Seagal, if you're out there, wherever you are, thank you, my friend. Joker, Elise, Olivia, everyone else. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Please don't think that I don't care. I'm very stoned and drunk right now. But I do appreciate everyone's support. This was awesome. I love doing these streams. I only drink once a week and it's with you guys. I smoke every day, but I only drink once a week and it's with you guys. So it's like a nice little ritual. It's good to see these familiar faces back over and over again. And yeah, Seagalism is the way forward. We're going to rock it into 2025 and beyond, my friends. Again, thank you all. Kopun Cup, as they say in Thailand. Cheers, as they say in Australia. And I'll see you next week, my friends. Stay awesome.